Not the Vice Chief of the Air Staff, not Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh, the Chief of the Air Staff, because he obviously was accompanying Prime Minister as his protocol to the Adampur Air Base. The other people in those pictures who would have met Prime Minister would be the base commander of the Adampur base, the squadron commanders and others, the operation chiefs of Adampur, who would have all played a key role in Operation Sindur. I have no doubts about that. The specifics, of course, are under a shroud of secrecy and are classified in the way they should be, and we will not speculate about them. But this sends out such an incredibly important message at this point of time. It radiates strength. It busts much of the misinformation that has been coming in from Pakistan, where they specifically focused on Adampur. And let me just dwell for a moment on why the Prime Minister has chosen to go to Adampur. And if people are curious, why not Pathankot or Amritsar or even Srinagar, which were all under quote-unquote attack from Pakistan, and which Pakistan had suggested had been damaged in the drone attacks, etc. Adampur is one base in Punjab that Pakistan had repeatedly tried to project as having been damaged, having been compromised, scores of aircraft destroyed, personnel killed, the squadrons have been depleted there, huge amount of destruction, and that the airbase will take years and years to be resurrected again. And then pop come these pictures from the Adampur airbase, where you've got the Prime Minister interacting with shiny, happy air warriors. They don't look tired at all. These are very professional military personnel of the Indian Air Force. I'm sure that each and every one of them has had some kind of role to play or other in Operation Sindur, because remember, when it's a frontline base not very far from the sphere of the action, you are plugged in no matter what. You may not have a direct role in what is happening, and I'm sure Adampur actually did have a direct role. Whether it is air defense, whether it is fighter aircraft, whether it is radar control, whether it is support operations, whether it is logistics, whether it is a staging ground for more fighter operations. Adampur is a key base, and like you rightly said, it has been a key base, across the spectrum of India-Pak conflict, from the 1965 war to the 1971 war. It has tried, Pakistan has tried to attack this base in the past because it is also very strategic and not very far from the international border. So Prime Minister Modi picking Adampur to visit instead of any other base is no coincidence, believe me, because this is the place where the Pakistan Air Force had its eye. They did want to try and cause maximum damage here. Wave after wave of drones and loitering munitions did try and land at this base, but all and each and every one of them was thwarted. So clearly the Prime Minister knows more than a thing or two about why Adampur is the place he needed to be today.
That's right, and we're also joined by Nazir for more. And Nazir, a big message there by Prime Minister, as Shiv was telling us, the reason Adampur was chosen was because of the kind of misinformation and lies from Pakistan. And even as Operation Sindur is on hold, as told to us by the Prime Minister yesterday in his address, the tension continues, but a big, boost for the morale of security forces with this visit by the Prime Minister.
Well, actually, Prime Minister is translating his words into action when, in his address to nation, he saluted armed forces, Air Force, Army, Navy. Then he's going on the ground and saluting them, actually. And then there is a bigger message that Adampur Air Base is functional, as functional that Prime Minister can land there and meet with the Air Force officers and Jawans, airmen there, and show it is functional, nothing has happened, contrary to the claims and the propaganda emanating from Pakistan that Adampur base was hit and there was S4 air defense system that has been targeted and all that. This is the message to everybody. Look, this is the base where even Prime Minister can land. He is there meeting with the airmen and, as I said, translating his words into action. And it's not just the personnel there at the Adampur Air Force airmen. It's also to all the security force personnel, Army, this Air Force and Navy, sending the message, I'm with you on the ground. It was not that Prime Minister was doing meeting with the 3 service chiefs in the rooms. He's going there, seeing what exactly has been accomplished by the Air Force, Indian Air Force, and it is a tribute to all the entire Air Force across the country, be it in Srinagar, here in Srinagar, Air Force Station Srinagar, or Avantipora, or Udampur, or Pathankot or the Adampur, wherever. So it is essentially a political leadership which actually showing the soldiers you are not alone. We are together that time during that fight, and we are here coming and saluting you, which he tried to did in his address to the nation. So essentially these were the places, these air bases, which actually where the attacks on Pakistan was launched. Not only attacks were launched at their air bases, at their militant, these headquarters, whether it was Jash, Lashkar, Murdiki or Bahawalpur, or then in POK's Kotli or Muzaffarabad or other places. It's also these places which have had a robust and integrated air defense mechanism which actually foiled most of the Pakistani air attacks or the missile attacks or drone attacks. These are the places, these are the Air Force stations which have played key role in India's defense mechanism, and shows India's defense mechanism is impregnable. In most of the places there was some damage to the infrastructure, which Air Force had said that for example in Srinagar, medical facility of the Air Force station or the schools were damaged. But when it comes to the functionality of these Air Force stations, it is very much there, and Prime Minister's visit to Adampur actually explains and gives a big message to the whole world.
So for viewers who may just be tuning in, that's the big breaking news right now. The pictures you're seeing on your screens is Prime Minister Narendra Modi today visiting Punjab's Adampur airbase, the second largest airbase in the country, interacting with soldiers, even being briefed by officers there days after the ceasefire. And Shiv, as we were talking about the significance of Adampur being chosen by the Prime Minister for this visit, because on that intervening night when we saw the hostilities between India and Pakistan on May 9th and 10th, there were all these reports of Adampur having been targeted by Pakistan. Yes, there were drones that did target Adampur, that is correct, but however, there was no destruction or any sort of hit on the Adampur airbase, even though this was spread quite extensively on social media. And Shiv, it's quite stark to see the difference between how India and our services, our defense services, have displayed the exactly and very, in a very calm manner, the kind of destruction we wrought in Pakistan on air bases there. They've not been able to show us anything besides this misinformation online.
That's a huge point, and I'm so glad you made it. Remember that, Pakistan's misinformation is usually never very difficult to bust. But I think what you've basically seen is the Prime Minister embody perhaps the most epic fact check of Pakistani lies that has ever been, attempted by anyone here in this country. Pakistan has been releasing image after image, satellite image after satellite image of destruction at Adampur. And here you've got the senior most politician of the country, the Prime Minister of the country, landing there. Believe me, nobody can land at a damaged base. The SPG would never allow the Prime Minister to land at a base if it was even, a 0.25% compromised or had been compromised by weapons sent in from Pakistan. So the very presence of the Prime Minister there is a huge fact check, first of all. It completely busts the misinformation as far as damage to the base is concerned. It confirms, on the contrary, that Adampur is fully ready for war. It also confirms to me, on the side of my mind, that Adampur had a very, very key role to play in Operation Sindur in terms of, support operations as well as frontline operations using combat aircraft. And I think the contrast that you just pointed out is very, very important. The fact that Pakistan has shown no imagery of what has happened at its air bases. All we have are satellite images and battle damage visuals that have been largely put out, by the Indian Armed Forces across two briefings, or by open source satellite imagery experts. Vishnu put out a few images earlier today by Maxar as well. Pakistan has done nothing of the sort because the picture there, unlike in Adampur, is a reality. The damage there is real, it's visible, it's not doctored. You can't fake that. And therefore, putting out those images would be very, very difficult. You can't hide, the damage caused by a BrahMos or a Scalp missile in a day or two. Adampur, the same thing actually applies. If it was compromised or damaged in any way, believe me, no force on earth could have gotten it ready in a couple of days for a visit by the Prime Minister. So anyone who thinks that this is optics or this is, this has been staged in order to send out some kind of a mind game message or psychological operations is wrong. I have visited the Adampur base many times in the past. Like you said, it's the second largest Air Force base in the country, huge historic significance, and has recently obviously also made history as part of Op Sindur. So I feel really, really well chosen by the Prime Minister. He's ticked a lot of boxes by choosing this base to visit today.
That's right, and not to say that there wasn't, panic in these areas and in all the areas over these last 4 days before the ceasefire was finally declared. In Adampur as well, people had to stay indoors. There was blackout. There was attempts at, the drone attacks and even talks of, a missile being attempted. But the defense system, India's defense system in all these bases really withstood all these aggressions from Pakistan. And that is something that our forces have also told us time and again, right, Shiv?
Absolutely correct. The incredible valor of the Indian armed forces is so manifest in some of these images that have come out that have been released by the Prime Minister. I'm hoping that there will be some video footage as well. But remember, this is an Air Force base that's in the middle of a live operation. Let's tell all of our viewers, Gargi, that Operation Sindur, as the Prime Minister himself reminded, has only paused. It has not stopped. So if there are any escalations from the Pakistan side, you better believe the fact is going to be back in the operations, just like it was during the initial 3 days of Operation Sindur. So it is sent.
Try and, restore that audio line with Shiv, but let's go to Nazir now. And Nazir, so the optics of the Prime Minister visiting Adampur Air Base, and as Shiv was telling us, there were several air bases and, areas all along the western border that have seen these very stressful nights and have been on high alert. But the symbolism of visiting Adampur and also the message that it will send out not just in Adampur but across the Western Front and to all our services, to their families as well. A morale-boosting visit by the Prime Minister, also showing that the Pakistani, lies will not hold.
Well, as the armed forces have accomplished their mission, it's now the responsibility of the leadership to show the gratitude. And after, as I said earlier, address to the nation, Prime Minister is now translating his words into action, going there, meeting the airmen, and what he said, saluting them. And why Adampur is very significant, not just its air base, the largest air base in India, particularly in the Western Front. It is also what was in the news and the propaganda was S400 defense system, air defense system. So Pakistan, we have hit that. The fact is, S400 defense system is something which can actually track over 300 targets and then engage 36 targets simultaneously. So that is the capacity and the importance of this. And this Adampur is housing that and it is being used from there. And all these air defense systems, India's integrated air defense system was activated for 4 days till the time this ceasefire was announced. And still they have been in operational readiness. And Prime Minister going there showing gratitude and telling the servicemen and the country also, because when there was war-like situation, it was not just armed force, but every Indian was on the side of armed forces and boasting their morale and supporting them. And as Prime Minister said, cutting across party lines, whether it was opposition, whether it was any religious groups, social groups, everybody was on the same page. And perhaps the Prime Minister represent that, to show that gratitude and visiting them, and also showing how these air bases are functional. Well, India has clearly said that how many air bases they have destroyed or damaged in Pakistan, including important air bases like Noor Khan, so these are and several other air bases which have been hit, even including in Islamabad. So when you have all these are Rahim Yar Khan air base. So these are very important, significant air bases which have been hit. On the other side, what Pakistan was talking about, Adampur air base, hitting that, damaging it, and hitting S400 system. Prime Minister's visit is actually debunking that propaganda. When Prime Minister can land at the air base, Adampur air base, that settles this issue. That's it is functional. It is so functional, so perfect that Prime Minister can land at this air base. That is the bigger message. And also, then to every airman, every soldier on the border, that when Prime Minister goes and meets armed forces there, it is clearly showing how government and the leadership of the country is firmly behind the armed forces and celebrates the accomplishments armed forces have made during this limited warlike situation with Pakistan, where India has clearly said that we have hit the targets, whether it was terror targets at 9 sites, 3 in Punjab province, 6 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and then when Pakistan tried to target India's defense establishment, including air bases, India hit back strongly and hit Pakistan's military installations and air bases. And when Pakistan said these air bases they have hit, destroyed or damaged, Prime Minister going there today and showing to the world that this airbase, largest airbase, is safe as Prime Minister can land there, and the assets, air assets, are very much safe as well. So that is the bigger message, and also the showing the resolve of the country, not just the armed forces, what they have achieved, and what Prime Minister said in his yesterday's address to the nation, talking about terror and trade cannot go together. Blood and water cannot flow together.
Nazir, I'd just like to, sorry to interrupt you, I'd just like to read out what the Prime Minister has posted. In fact, he has shared more photographs as well, and we've put those up on your screen. The Prime Minister has posted on social media that earlier this morning, I went to AFS Adampur Air Force Station and met our brave air warriors and soldiers. It was a very special experience to be with those who epitomize courage, determination, and fearlessness. India is eternally grateful to our armed forces for everything they do for our nation. So that is what the Prime Minister posted as he visited Adampur this morning, and he's shared more photographs. Shiv, back with us. And Shiv, it's really heartening to see the kind of excitement and joy on the faces of these Air Force men with the Prime Minister's visit.
You can only imagine what's going through the mind of these air warriors. I mean, they are literally in an operational area in the middle of a live operation, a historic military operation, nothing routine about Operation Sindur. And you have the Prime Minister landing up. I am telling you for a fact that owing to security concerns, most of the people there at the base would not have known that the Prime Minister is coming. Only the top commanders, the base commander and others, on a need-to-know basis would have known that the Prime Minister was actually coming. This sends out a huge message at so many levels. A, he's with the forces, he's spending time with our soldiers, airmen who are on the front line, actually doing the heavy lifting of, imposing punitive measures on Pakistan. Number two, he's sending out the message that the Adampur Air Force Base is in ship shape, completely ready and involved in operations as it has been since the beginning of Operation Sindur. C, he's sending a message to the families of Indian Air Force personnel saying, I'm with your men and women. You don't have to worry about them. I've got their back because I'm going to be there personally. D, this is a message to China. China has been peddling misinformation, saying, giving doctored satellite images to Pakistan for their domestic audience to suggest that the Adampur airbase has been put out of order, has been damaged beyond recognition, and will take years to be resurrected once again. And finally, this is a message, I think, to India at large, to say this is not over. This is an operation that's still very much on, and that the Prime Minister stands with, with the forces. I have been in frontline areas, when there have been dignitary visits and VVIP visits of this kind. Usually journalists are not allowed there when these things are happening, but they do get to interact with soldiers, warriors, air warriors and sailors after the Prime Minister has left. And I cannot there is no exaggerating how valuable and how much it means to people in uniform when they are visited, by the Prime Minister or the President. It is a huge symbolic gesture. It means very much to them. It may not seem like much to many people, but it means everything to those, who've put their shoulder to the wheel to protect the country, and especially at a time when the Indian Air Force has conducted India's most ambitious, audacious, risky and impactful non-war military operation. These images of the Prime Minister that he's put out visiting the frontline Adampur Air Force Base sends out all the right messages. It positively radiates psychological mind games as far as Pakistan is concerned. And I'm going to go ahead out on a limb and say, other than the Indian missiles landing in Pakistan Air Force bases, this is perhaps the biggest message India could possibly have sent out.
That's right. And just let's take a look at these visuals again. The Prime Minister sharing more of them. He posted, in fact, on social media about his visit to Adampur this morning. And just look at the joy on the faces of our Air Force men there, our air warriors. And Adampur especially chosen when they say, a picture means more than 1,000 words. This really is, signifying that. It's showing us exactly that, to have the Prime Minister at this border Air Force base, interacting with the Air Force men, with the air warriors, at a time when there's been so much tension and anxiety in the country during the time of the conflict along our western border. Many of the people in this area as well, remember, have been living under blackouts, have been living under stress of attacks from Pakistan. There have been drone attacks aimed at Adampur. There's also reports of missile aimed at Adampur, but all of it was countered by our air defense system. And now the Prime Minister, they're showing and standing with our Air Force men, with our servicemen. The BJP has announced, Tiranga Yatras in various parts of the country to appreciate the armed forces and Operation Sindur, but nothing could be, more heartening or morale boosting than this visit by the Prime Minister. Let's go across to Nazir also, who joins us from Srinagar. And like Adampur, Nazir, even in, various parts of Jammu and Kashmir, there have been such stress and tension over these last couple of days during the conflict. But now, as ceasefire seems to be holding for the moment, what a visit, what a moment to have the Prime Minister visiting this airbase and just being there among our air warriors.
Exactly, but also it shows, besides courage of the saluting the courage of the air warriors, air force, armed forces, and it, number one, the way it has shown the accuracy of India's missile strikes. It has shown the great performance of India's air defense system. It has shown the drone penetration into Pakistan, hitting the targets while it hurts, whether it was terror targets or the military targets, all that. But also when Prime Minister goes to this airbase, largest airbase, it also shows that peace. There's ceasefire along the line of control and the borders. India and Pakistani DGMOs have spoken, reiterated that not a single round will be fired from both sides. That is, they have made the commitment. And also bigger than that, much bigger than that, which nobody could have thought, that India and Pakistan will start moving forward with this lightning speed, which is that is withdrawal of troops from the border areas and the forward areas. That is what both DGMOs have yesterday resolved. So, and in the backdrop of that, Prime Minister visiting Adampur Air Base is a most significant thing, not just when there's war-like situation, India can hit back and hit hard. It is a, showing the courage of airmen, accuracy of, missile strikes and penetration into Pakistan, and above all, the India's performance India's this air defense system, how most of the missile attacks and drone attacks from Pakistan, they were neutralized. That is something Adampur, when we say, which is housing S400 air defense system, which is one of the most advanced, missile systems in the world. and how it is so robust, how it has helped India's integrated air defense system. All this thing, when there was a lot of propaganda, Prime Minister reaching there, landing there, and tells the story. The air base is perfectly all right. That is the story. And now, from that confrontation, when Adampur was used to target Pakistan and also neutralize attacks from Pakistan, now it is time, after the ceasefire, India means it, our Prime Minister can land there, not just to salute the air warriors, armed forces, everybody who took part in this war, limited war, but also shows now it is almost now all right. So we have achieved the target. Armed forces have accomplished their targets, mission. Now the leadership of the country is there to salute them and show what India can do in peace and also in war.
That's right. And let's just read out once again what the Prime Minister posted about his visit this morning, where he says, I met our brave air warriors and soldiers, a special experience to be with those who epitomize courage, determination and fearlessness. So a big message by the Prime Minister visiting the Adampur air base, one of the second largest air bases of the country. And let's go back to Shiv for more on this story and more on the significance and the messaging that it sends out. Because Shiv, even, though we say that there was a lot of propaganda and false news being put out there by Pakistan, by China, regarding the damage that was caused to the Adampur air base, and even though it was denied by our forces, always there's some doubts that remain. Maybe something did happen, maybe there was something that took place there, but with the Prime Minister's visit really putting all those doubts to rest, at this time of psychological warfare, in a sense, with the kind of false news being fed on social media, the fog of war and whatnot. But now this, and look at this particular picture where you have that, very wide shot of the Prime Minister where you can see the entire airbase. So very, very significant in putting to rest all those rumors and, fake news that was being spread online.
I don't want to use an extreme word here, but, this is the equivalent of a psychological slap to your enemy. At a time when your enemy, your adversary, in this case, Pakistan, has spent the last 4 or 5 days, 6 days rather, painting a picture of Adampur being completely out of action. Being damaged beyond recognition, the fact that aircraft there have been destroyed. I just heard from a friend in the government that one of the things that Pakistan had been pushing through social media a lot was that the Pakistani missiles had destroyed an S400 site in Adampur, that 60+ personnel had been killed in Adampur, that the runway has been completely deactivated by bombs. All of this, to be completely debunked in a handful of images of the Prime Minister at this frontline airbase, holds more than just symbolic value. Because what the Prime Minister has done by choosing to land at Adampur is send out not just a psychological slap. This isn't just about busting misinformation. This is about sending out a very operational message. This is about reminding Pakistan and reminding really the world, some of which still stands amazingly with Pakistan, that India may have entered a ceasefire understanding with Pakistan, but our warriors on our frontline bases are on a war alert, on a hair trigger to leap, without thinking twice, following orders and getting straight back into operations. And let's make no mistake that Adampur's sheer geography, its location, very close to the international border, frontline airbase, which has been a staging ground for airstrikes in Pakistan across our wars in 1971, 1965, and after that, means that Adampur holds enormous both operational and symbolic value. The Prime Minister interacting with the base commander, the pilots, the radar controllers, the air traffic personnel, the maintenance men and women, the air warriors across so many numerous functions at a large base like Adampur is going to be of inestimable value, because the armed forces don't often see their Prime Minister. Most men and women in uniform go about their careers in the military without ever getting a chance to interact with the Prime Minister. But for him to make a stop stop there, and it doesn't look like it was a whistle stop. It looks like he actually did spend a few hours there, had a meal with them or at least a snack with them, obviously also addressed them and, boosted their morale. But I have to say, after what the Indian Air Force has pulled off in the last few days, morale must be very, very high right now. So I don't think any morale boosting would have actually been necessary, but it's still such an amazing gesture that the Prime Minister has chosen to be there. I wonder if the Prime Minister will visit other military bases or sites, but we must also remember that there is a huge security implication to all of this. So the Prime Minister choosing to be in Adampur right in the middle of operations, 2 days after this very base would have been part of historic long-range strikes into Pakistan, sort of boggles the mind a little bit. I'm wondering how the security establishment pulled it all together.
That's right. Really, it must have been quite something to pull this off. As we were reporting on NDTV earlier about the meeting that Rajnath Singh was holding with the Tri-Services Chief, and as Shiv, you pointed out, the Air Force Chief was missing from that meeting, and now we know why, because then shortly after that came this news that the Prime Minister is actually in Adampur, where he has met with our air warriors there, and a big boost for them, and also, as Shiv pointed out, a slap in the face in the sense to all the sort of propaganda and wrong news that was being put out by Pakistan, by China, that Adampur had been compromised during the hostilities between India and Pakistan, during the conflict that took place. There you can see now we have a video as well of the Prime Minister's visit. Just take a look there, interacting with all those Air Force personnel there.
भारत माता की भारत माता की
All right, so there you can see videos now of the Prime Minister's visit as he arrived there, walking across the tarmac to meet with the Air Force officials and all the air warriors as he described them. And Shiv, there with us, and Shiv, the significance of Adampur in Jalandhar district and so close to the international border. Also, one of the lies that was spread by Pakistan, as Nazir was pointing out, was the destruction of the S400 air defense system, which is here in Adampur. And so tell us a bit about the significance of that with our viewers.
It was one of the most aggressively pushed pieces of misinformation that came in from Pakistan. You saw it being spread across multiple handles. It had gone completely viral. There were doctored images and doctored satellite images that were pushed by Pakistan to suggest that they'd been able to hit, an S400 air defense missile site situated in Adampur. First of all, there is no confirmation that S400 even exists in Adampur. Secondly, for Pakistan to make this claim is ludicrous, because the Indian Air Force has confirmed at its armed forces briefing, and this is not something that can be faked, that there was no damage whatsoever to any of its S400s. This is something that most people don't know. The S400s did not even need to fire a single missile as part of that incredibly intricate symphony of air defense that played out during the drone swarms and airspace violations. So the Prime Minister being there in Adampur, in fact, someone just sent me a list of the things that Pakistan had said about Adampur, and I want to read it out because it's actually quite hilarious. They claimed that they had hit the Adampur runway. Pakistan claimed that they had hit an Adampur S-400 missile site. Pakistan had claimed that drones had hit the Adampur radar and sensor facility. Pakistan claimed that 60+ personnel, air warriors, had been killed at the Adampur base as a result of their drone and missile strikes. Pakistan used morphed satellite pictures supplied, obviously, surprise, surprise, by China to suggest that damage had been done at Adampur. This has been debunked by open source imagery analysts. And finally, Pakistan said that the Adampur airbase will be out of action for years since the damage caused has been so destructive. It will take years of reconstruction and renovation for it to be worthy of military operations once again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 or 6 pieces of misinformation by Pakistan only pertaining to Adampur have been busted in just a couple of hours during this visit by Prime Minister Modi. And I think there couldn't be a better way to have fact-checked Pakistan, humiliated the enormous misinformation.
All right, so that is the big breaking news. We're bringing you this visit of the Prime Ministers. What a moment to have just 2 days after the ceasefire is declared, even as we remain in a state of high alert, high vigil along our border after the ceasefire and after the hostilities between India and Pakistan, the conflict that we have seen, the Prime Minister now visiting Adampur Air Base in Jalandhar district near the international border. This is one of our key air bases, the second largest in the country that has played a key role in wars, from 1965 to the Kargil war as well, and which was a target of misinformation by Pakistan. Yes, there were drones that were targeted here and missiles, but all of them had been intercepted by our air defense system. However, the lies continued to be spread on social media, on even claims being made by Pakistan about how the Adampur air base had been severely damaged in those hostilities, in strikes by Pakistan, which was denied by the defense forces. But even so, just to have the Prime Minister actually visiting there, really putting to rest if any doubts remained anywhere regarding the Adampur air base. So the Prime Minister making this quick trip this morning to the Adampur air base, interacting with soldiers, and he also posted regarding this, saying that I met our brave air warriors and soldiers, a special experience to be with those who epitomize courage, determination, and fearlessness. Aishwarya also joins us for more. And Aishwarya, what a moment. Look at the optics of this, to have the Prime Minister visiting this air base that was targeted by Pakistan, and also much misinformation was spread regarding this air base on social media as well. So quite a moment, and it was done so quietly. We had no idea. With the Raksha Mantri was holding a meeting in Delhi with the Tri-Services Chief, but the Air Force Chief was missing, and now we know why.
Well, certainly a momentous occasion. Prime Minister often has been seen celebrating with the armed forces, Jawans at the border areas on Diwali. But as it is, of course, a victory for the armed forces, as Operation Sindur was successful, Prime Minister himself went to Adampur Air Base. We've been getting more specific details of Prime Minister's trip to Adampur as he left at 7 a.m. in the morning from Palam Air Base to Adampur. Air Force Chief Marshal A.P. Singh accompanied him. Prime Minister spent about an hour with the airmen. Adampur Air Base is the base of Air Force MiG-29 fighter jets. And remember, Pakistan had claimed that Pakistan Air Force had attacked India's S400 missile systems in Adampur, but there was complete misinformation, fake narrative being peddled by the Pakistani, and it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who also met the fighter pilots, the technical support staff who carried out the operations. Prime Minister Modi himself had expressed a desire to meet the air warriors, and certainly those pictures, those visuals of Jai Hind being chanted, Prime Minister taking selfies along with the airmen, the air warriors, and specifically those officers who conducted a successful operation, who hit the target of different air bases in Pakistan. It is, of course, Adampur Air Base, which is very, very strategical and holds very important strategical air base for the Indian Air Force, located in Jalandhar district in Punjab. And Prime Minister went there 7 a.m. in the sharp. He returned at around 9:30 a.m. in the morning back to his residence. Several meetings are being followed after that. I can confirm to our viewers that currently NSA Ajit Doval is at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and he is holding a crucial meeting, briefing Prime Minister about the latest developments. But of course, at the South Block, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is he had held a crucial meeting there as well. But as we are speaking about these visuals, these momentous occasion for those air warriors who have fought India and made India proud and hit specific targets that had been assigned to them. Why it is very important as far as strategic locations is concerned. More details emerging out of why Prime Minister specifically chose Adampur Air Base and met these warriors. It is, of course, located very close to India-Pakistan border, making it suitable for rapid retaliation on the Western Front, and therefore the reason perhaps when the drones and missiles were coming across the international border, it was the Adampur Air Base, the air defense system which was activated and had neutralized all those drones and missiles in case of a war or military conflict. This airbase serves for a frontline base for India as well. It has active fighter squadrons as far as Sukhoi 30 MKI and MiG-29. They have been operating from Adampur airbase itself, and these fighters jets have ability to respond very quickly and strike deep into the enemy territory, and that's what we have seen during Operation Sindur as well. Security and surveillance. There is air surveillance or air defense for northwest India. It has a key role to ensure that the security of border states like Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan comes, and this airbase also gives a huge amount of logical support network to the entire Indian Air Force in terms of infrastructure, supporting the combat operations and air support missions as well. And it has history. Adampur Air Base has a history. Remember, India-Pakistan wars of 1965 and 1971. Adampur Air Base had played a very key role, which further increases the history and military significance as well. And therefore, the reason Prime Minister Narendra Modi early up in the morning, yesterday evening, he delivered that address to the nation in which he drawn a straight line as to no Pakistani terror would be tolerated from here on. And the next morning, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is known for his surprises, this time as well, he gave a surprise, visited the airbase, and also certainly boosted up the morale of air warriors, the officers who had been completely put their life and soul for the last 2 weeks in Operation Sindur and conducted those operations. It is a movement that they will remember for lifetime, certainly.
Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with that. So that is the big story. We're tracking the Prime Minister's quick morning visit to the Adampur Air Base. He is back now holding a meeting with the NSA, as Aishwarya was telling us. It's over to my colleague Kitty now for more.
Thanks, Gargi. Well, Prime Minister Modi visiting Punjab's Adampur Air Base. He's seen interacting with the soldiers there. This comes just days after India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire. Well, those visuals on your TV screens there, Prime Minister Modi speaking to the IAF personnel and this definitely looks like how's the Josh moment. Remember, this has been an important tagline, a very interesting tagline that has been used before. And Adampur was among the Air Force stations. We're learning that Pakistan had attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and 10th after India's Operation Sindur. Well, Prime Minister Modi here meeting the IAF personnel, cheering them up. And this is the latest visuals that are coming in at the moment. My colleague Shiv Aroor also joins us on the broadcast here. He is in Srinagar, as well as my colleague Aishwarya Jain with us here on the broadcast. He is in the national capital. Let me go across to Aishwarya first. Well, Aishwarya, this is one of the most important, significant moments here. Prime Minister Modi meeting the soldiers, IAF personnel at the Adampur Air Force base. We understand the Air Force personnel were also seen speaking to Prime Minister Modi. Those visuals on your TV screens there, this video also now has been put out. This has come out now. And what does it signal?
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi often is known for his surprises, and often we have seen him celebrating Diwali with the armed forces, Jawans at the border areas, and frequently visits there to boost up the morale of our armed forces. And this time, as Operation Sindur was successful, it was another surprise that Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave to our Indian Air Force. Remember, Operation Sindur had a lot to say about the the kind of entire operations that the Indian Air Force Jawans specifically had given this morning. The details are now emerging. As far as Prime Minister visiting Adampur Air Base, he left from at 7 a.m. in the morning to Palam Air Base, where he was accompanied with Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, and he reached there he spent about an hour with the airmen at Adampur Air Base, and also the Air Force MiG-29 fighter jets were there. He met the airmen, the fighter pilots, the technical support staff, and we are now witnessing on our screens those visuals of Jai Hind slogans being chanting around Prime Minister, boosting the morale of Indian Air Force soldiers at the airbase. Remember, Pakistan had completely peddled fake narrative around how they have destroyed the Adampur air base air defense system as 400 over there. But there you can see Prime Minister straight away heading in between those soldiers, boosting morale after a successful Operation Sindur. It's strategic. It has a history. In 1965 and 1971 Indo-Pak War, Adampur Air Base had played a very crucial role with a strategic location just near the India-Pakistan border in Jalandhar district, and also holds a significance to save India's western front, Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, and also Rajasthan. Adampur Air Base has something which, as far as Sukhoi, Sukhoi is concerned, or it is, of course, MiG-29, which have been operated from this airbase. Prime Minister can be seen with those aircraft just behind him in these visuals. So a clear-cut message to the people sitting across the borders. Absolutely. And a boost that Prime Minister is with the armed forces.
Absolutely.
And it's
time
a morale
and again,
booster,
Prime Minister Modi has reiterated that Adampur, we understand, is India's second largest air base. It was among the key military installations that Pakistan had tried to attack on May 9th and May 10th on the intervening night after India's strikes as part of Operation Sindur. Well, we understand now Prime Minister Modi in this tweet that he put out earlier at 12:28 p.m. In which he posted these photos. The videos, of course, came out later. He said that I went to the AFS Adampur and met our brave air warriors and soldiers. It was a very special experience to be with those who epitomize courage, determination, and fearlessness. India is eternally grateful to our armed forces for everything they do for our nation. And indeed, we as citizens of the country are grateful to our armed forces, to our soldiers who've been guarding us at the borders and keeping us safe all these days. We understand when there has been brewing tensions between India and Pakistan after the dastardly terror attack at Pahalgam in Kashmir, in which 26 innocent lives were lost. My colleague Nazir also with us on the broadcast. He's from Srinagar now. Well, Adampur is home to India's second largest air base, Nazir, and of course has been on the edge for days. This was, we understand, that has been one of the military establishments that was on the target of the terrorists as well. And this is a significant moment. Prime Minister Modi now going to Adampur, meeting with the IF personnel and, increasing in these visuals, as you know, we see these soldiers, the IF personnel speaking to Prime Minister Modi. They seem very happy. They seem very pleased. And Prime Minister Modi definitely, boosting the morale of the soldiers there.
Well, Prime Minister's visit in itself is a message in many ways. Number one, the Air Force base, Adampur base, is very much functional. It has not suffered any damage. It is so functional, so perfect that Prime Minister can land there. Then to show gratitude to the air warriors who have accomplished their mission and the targeting whether terror sites or the military targets in Pakistan after the confrontation. And now it is ceasefire. So showing gratitude, because in his address to the nation yesterday, Prime Minister said he salute all those armed force personnel, whether Air Force, Army or the Navy. Now he wanted to translate that into action, going there, meeting these air warriors at Adampur, and Adampur has always played a very, very key role when it comes to combating Pakistan, using Air Force, using also drones, and using air defense system, which Pakistan was claiming that they have destroyed S400 defense system. So India's integrated defense system was so robust that it has mostly neutralized all the attacks, missile or drones, which are coming from Pakistan. And now we see all the Air Force stations. For example, Srinagar Airport is basically a military air base. So it has been thrown open. Today, first flight is landing. Here in a while from now, the Indian Airlines flight is landing at Srinagar Airport. Jammu Airport is functional, again a defense airport. Adampur Air Base is, though that is not used for the civilian, though it has suffered damage. So there was damage. Nobody, in fact, Air Force itself said that some air assets were damaged. But when Prime Minister goes to Adampur and sends a message, the major air assets are intact, Adampur, air base is intact, and the country is also with those air warriors who have accomplished their mission, showing gratitude and also showing the times of peace. It was the confrontation when Adampur played key role in combating Pakistan. Now after the ceasefire, Prime Minister going to Adampur, it is also a message of peace, also in that sense, and also resolve of the country that they are firmly behind the armed forces or the Air Force in this case. Yeah. So it is, and when Pakistan was talking about destroying, this S400 missile, air defense system. So the reason was this is the most advanced system in the world. It is clearly Russian made. In 2018, India acquired this system, 5 squadrons, and 3 have been delivered. 2 more would be delivered in 2026. It has a capacity to actually monitor the activity of 300, these targets, and then also engage 36 targets simultaneously. That is S400 air defense system. That's why they have been so worried, and they are saying they have destroyed it. Prime Minister's visit is actually to set all those rumors to rest that Adampur Air Base has suffered damage, and it is perfectly all right, so all right that Prime Minister has landed at this air base, which is one of the largest.
Peddled by Pakistan, we understand, regarding the Adampur base as well. But well, Prime Minister Modi meeting the soldiers there, the IF personnel clearly sending out a strong message that we stand with our forces, and we understand Prime Minister Modi also has very much made it clear to our armed forces that they are free, independent to choose to take action in case of any unfortunate action from the side of Pakistan. But yes, Nazir, I also want to ask you here, today and the coming few days are going to be very important. We will have to watch out for Pakistan, because yesterday also we witnessed how just minutes after Prime Minister Modi's fiery speech, where he gave out a strong signal of India's intent, Pakistan had once again launched drone attacks on India. So the coming few days are going to be really crucial, Nazir.
Well, there have been drones have been sighted, but there was no attempt to attack. That needs to be clarified. So nothing like that has been said by the Army or the Air Force so far. But having said that, there have been teething problems will be there, whether on the borders. Drones is not something which are being used, and they are being often used for the surveillance also. But the larger thing is, number one, yesterday when DGMOs of both the countries spoke to each other, they made a commitment to each other that not a single round will be fired. And so far in the last 3 days, ceasefire is maintaining, not a single round has been fired. Number two, they have also resolved that they will have this troop reduction from the borders and the frontline areas, forward areas, which is a huge, huge development. The way things had escalated, But now things are diffusing and de-escalation at a lightning speed. Nobody would have thought ceasefire understood, but nobody would have thought this can reach to this another step, take them to another step when they will, India and Pakistan will talk about reduction of troops from the borders and forward areas. It is really something which nobody had imagined it can change so fast. So in this backdrop, Prime Minister also visiting this Adampur air base is also a statement itself that while India's armed forces are always ready for any eventuality, at the same time peace is prevailing, peace has returned to the border and also to the rest of the country, even those places which were actually part of that battle, air battle, which is including Adampur, Srinagar air base, or the Avantipora, Adampur, Pathankot, all these air bases were part of all any military installations, be it on the borders or there. So we actually see, while India has clearly said there will not be talks and talks can only happen when it comes to terror or POK, not on Kashmir what Pakistan wants or what American president has said. But this today's visit in itself has a very, very significant step by Prime Minister. It has multiple messages. It has a message to show India's resolve, what they have accomplished in this short period of confrontation, 4 days of confrontation with Pakistan, or the clash or war, whatever you call it.
Yes.
At the same time, how India has that resolve that it actually believes in peace. That is the way, and Prime Minister is
Absolutely.
in
Nazir,
that
I'll just come back to you. I'll just come back to you. We understand now, this is the latest now coming in. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is seen leaving from Prime Minister Modi's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. My colleague Aishwarya Jain continues to be with us. Aishwarya, another important meeting that took place at PM's residence. Prime Minister Modi, of course, has been keeping an eye on the situation and the developments here, and we understand he just met the NSA. Any details that we know of?
Well, soon after returning from Adampur Air Base, there are a series of meetings that went on. One, of course, of National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and other senior officials reaching at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. That meeting has just got ended. NSA Ajit Doval has left Prime Minister's residence. A separate meeting went on at the South Block at Ministry of Defence, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chaired it, and it was Chief of Defence Staff along with the Navy Chief and the Army Chief and Defence Secretary was present. Rajnath Singh was briefed about the latest developments as far as the conflict between India and Pakistan and how Operation Sindur objectives were achieved for Defence Secretary as well, who was there in that particular meeting at the South Block, and multiple meetings simultaneously went on. But it is, of course, at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, I can confirm that it is NSA Ajit Doval who has left now and the meeting has ended.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for getting us those details. Stay on with us. We have some more information now coming in. As Nazir, my colleague, has been informing us about this misinformation campaign that was being peddled, run by Pakistan. Nazir, all right, I'm being told Nazir is going to join us back in just a bit. Let me go back to Aishwarya here. Aishwarya, we've been talking about Pakistan's misinformation campaign, how it has been spreading, peddling wrong information about attack on the Adampur base as well. Of course, these are pictures of Prime Minister Modi meeting the IAF personnel at India's second largest air base, that is the Adampur air base, and boosting their morale. We understand, we do not have the audio, of course, but yes, looks like the IAF personnel there meeting Prime Minister Modi were very pleased and quite excited to see the Prime Minister of the country visiting them and meeting them here. But yes, the misinformation campaign that we've been talking about, Pakistan had claimed that they hit the runway. The drones by Pakistan hit the radar, and also they claimed that their missiles had destroyed aircraft. It's important to note how Pakistan has been peddling fake news, and not just India, of course, international media also has taken on Pakistan, and Pakistan has been the subject of mockery time and again. Not the first time, of course, but yes, this time also they had nothing to prove. no evidence to show. In the press briefings also they've been doing, but just went on with this misinformation warfare. Aishwarya.
Well, and as we all know, Prime Minister is known for surprises. This time he has not just taken Indian people on surprise. It is, of course, the Pakistani side also who will be certainly will be surprised after seeing those visuals of Prime Minister at Adampur Air Base. Pakistan claimed that they have attacked the Adampur Air Base. They have neutralized our S400 air defense system in Adampur Air Base. Our fighter jets had been destroyed by them. Our radars had been destroyed by them. Drones hit the Adampur Air Base, and several fake narratives. But as those visuals clearly speaks, louder than words, it is, of course, Prime Minister there standing with the air warriors. And the sources in the Prime Minister's office now confirming to us that Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself desired to meet these air warriors at the Adampur Air Base. It is just not strategic, but also a messaging that has gone through just across the borders, that how the fake narrative has been peddled by the Pakistani armed forces in the press conference to the international media out there. But these pictures clearly shows with Prime Minister standing, MiG-21 just behind them, aircrafts can be seen, those happy officers, because it is a celebratory mode. Operation Sindur has been completely successful after several phases, and this airbase played a crucial role to hit the specific targets inside Pakistan's mainland, be it Karachi, be it Rawalpindi, be it Lahore. It is, of course, these, the fighter pilots and the support staff, the technical support staff who personally met Prime Minister today, clicked selfies over there. And as I was mentioning about the specific details now we have got from our sources within the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister took the Air Force special plane from the Palam Air Base sharp at 7 a.m. He was accompanied with Air Vice Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, and he reached there at Adampur Air Base. He spent almost 1 hour meeting all of those air warriors. It is a morale booster for them, as Prime Minister himself went, and in those visuals we can see nothing has been destroyed. Not even a single inch of air base had hampered because of the conflict between India and Pakistan armed forces. But as Adampur Air Base also holds history, and it has its own significance. 1965 and 1971 India-Pakistan war, Adampur Air Base was a shield for the country as far as the Northwest Command is concerned. The borders which are there in Rajasthan, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, the air defense system, the air surveillance system has stopped the drones, missiles coming from the Pakistani territory, and Adampur Air Base played a very crucial role. It has also been signified that how Adampur Air Base had several squadrons under it with Sukhoi, with MiG. These aircrafts can at a very speed can retaliate to the enemy territory and can hit deep inside the enemy territory as well. So all of this plays a huge role, and therefore Prime Minister chose to go to Adampur Air Base. We have seen those visuals at Diwali. Prime Minister Narendra Modi goes at the border areas to celebrate with the Jawans, and it is of course a morale booster because they can't come back home to celebrate Diwali, but Prime Minister goes there, and this is a kind of celebratory occasion that Prime Minister seriously wanted to to spend time. And as I mentioned, the source in the Prime Minister's office stated that Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself had desired to meet these air warriors, and therefore this place was selected, and finally a surprise visit this morning alongside with Air Vice.
Modi's visit to Adampur Air Base is quite significant, as we understand the Pakistani army had earlier claimed that it had inflicted major damage to the Adampur Air Base, but those reports were rejected by India, and the proof is for everybody to see here. All right, Nazir and Aishwarya, continue to stay with us. We are slipping into a short break. We'll be right back on this big story that we're tracking.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola.
India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
Right.
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Welcome back after the break. These visuals of Prime Minister Modi meeting with the IF personnel at the Adampur Air Base. Prime Minister Modi paid a very special visit here to the IF personnel, our soldiers here serving at the Adampur Air Base. These visuals. Let's also first listen in to the audio there. I'll go to my reporters as well in just a bit. Well, our soldiers there chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram along with Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi was seen, he was heard leading them in those chants, and this is a very special moment. It comes just days after India had launched Operation Sindur after the cowardly attack by Pakistan on our civilians here in Pahalgam. Those memories, those the pictures, the videos that came out earlier are something that can't be ever forgotten. And India gave a befitting reply, a strong response to Pakistan and the terrorists staying in the neighboring country there, as well as in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir through Operation Sindur. Nobody would have actually imagined that Prime Minister Modi, this is of course under Prime Minister Modi's leadership and his resolve that, you know, India would go ahead with this. I mean, there were speculations, of course, but who knew what the timings and how soon it would be done, it would be carried out. But yes, that was something that was speculated upon, and we understand after tense days of the conflict that has been brewing between India and Pakistan, after a few tense days, now there is some sense of calm and peace at the LOC. However, we understand there were drones that were sighted earlier yesterday in parts of Samba in Jammu Kashmir, but we understand the Indian establishment has made it clear that we are ready in case of any eventuality. My colleague Nazir as well as Ishwarya continue to be with us on the broadcast here, tracking all the developments there. Let me go across to Nazir first. Nazir, what's the sense on the ground now? Of course, this is a very special moment that we've been talking about Prime Minister Modi meeting our braves, our Jawans, our IF personnel there at the Adampur Air Base. This location is also very significant, as you've been telling us. For the benefit of our viewers, of course, those who've just joined in, take us through how important is this air base, as well as Prime Minister Modi meeting our soldiers. Also, I want to understand from you, what's the sense on the ground? You are in Jammu Kashmir, an area that has been most impacted by the India-Pakistan conflict. What are people saying?
Well, Adampur has played a key role. Adampur Air Base has played key role, but when it is in the confrontation, which was a limited war in a sense with Pakistan, and when India's missile strikes deep inside Pakistani Punjab has set a new normal, and it has hit terror bases, whether it is Bahawalpur or Murdiki, or the Pakistan's military establishment, including key air bases of Pakistan like Noor Khan or Rahim Yar Khan, so and other air bases, of course. But when Prime Minister going there, it is actually paying tribute to soldiers and the air warriors who have accomplished this mission. Yesterday evening, Prime Minister in his address to the nation said he salutes all those armed force personnel, Air Force, Navy and the Army for this mission they have accomplished it. And sorry. So we have seen Prime Minister from day one actually talking about holding meetings, but this time he has gone to this air base, whereas Pakistan was saying it has destroyed or it has badly damaged. So this visit itself is showing that the Adampur Air Base, one of the largest air bases in India, is functional and as perfect as Prime Minister can land there and meet with the air warriors there. So that is the message, and also now it is clearly back to almost normal, if we can't call it normal, because the way things have been falsely moving after India and Pakistan agreed on a ceasefire understanding, and since then yesterday we saw a DG MOs talking about there will be not a single round will be fired from both sides. That's a commitment from both the armies, and also most important, reduction of troops or withdrawal of troops, reduction of troops from the borders and the forward areas, which has not happened in last 35 years. It is a huge step, because when it was provocation from Pakistan, terror attack, it didn't take India much to retaliate and hit back at terror camps and also the military infrastructure. But when they said no, there should be ceasefire, India said yes, let there be ceasefire. Well, India is always ready. What Prime Minister has clearly said, and Army has already reiterated for any eventuality. But when it comes to reducing the troops from the border, is a huge step taken by India and also Pakistan offering it, and it is an important thing to happen.
I understand there are more pictures that have been shared by Prime Minister Modi just 5 minutes back. Just 5 minutes back, Prime Minister Modi has posted another tweet saying that we are now sharing some more glimpses from my visit to AFS Adampur. And these photos are very significant. One of the photos that he had shared earlier also, in which he was seen standing in front of the poster that said, "Why enemy pilots don't sleep well." And there is a photo of, there is a mini Rafale jet that has been placed there. We understand Prime Minister Modi standing just right in front of it and getting himself clicked. And this message that's been written on that photo, yes, that's the photo, that's very significant. That message is very significant. Why enemy pilots don't sleep well. It is because of our of our Air Force capability, of our armed forces capability. And well, yes, thanks to the preparedness of our forces here, and we have been always ready. We have been always ready sort of in case of any eventuality that may arise. And that is the message that Prime Minister Modi has also given to the armed forces. In case something happens, you have to go ahead. I give you a free hand. You are independent. You're free to go ahead and strike Pakistan hard. Well, that is the message that has been given out. Let me go across to Aishwarya also. Aishwarya, of course, now more pictures coming out. Prime Minister Modi speaking to the IF personnel, the men and women there, and it's all smiles there. These pictures now that have been shared by Prime Minister Modi himself do say a lot. Also help us understand, you're in the national capital tracking all the developments. Prime Minister Modi has been holding back-to-back meetings also. He's made a visit, paid a visit to our IF personnel at the Adampur Air Base as well. Was this pre-planned? Did any information come out about that until and unless Prime Minister Modi actually shared the pictures of that? When did he visit our soldiers there?
Well, the information now pouring in from the Prime Minister's office as far as the details of Prime Minister's visit to Adampur Air Base. He left at around 7 a.m. this morning from his residence and left for Adampur from Palam Air Base, and he reached over there alongside with Air Force Chief Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, who accompanied him. The Prime Minister reached over there, spent almost 1 hour with the air warriors, and it was Prime Minister's desire to meet these air warriors, the Air Force pilots, the technical support staff who were behind the entire Operation Sindur, who conducted strikes on Pakistan and emerged victorious. It is, of course, Prime Minister's surprise visit. Nobody knows it. Nobody knows it. It is Prime Minister who himself desired to visit Air Force station in Adampur, and you know, he is known for surprises. Prime Minister has done it in the past. He had visited several such places, which is a surprise in itself. And this time it is just not a surprise for these air warriors. It is also a surprise for the people sitting out there in Pakistan, the perpetrators of terrorism and the Pakistan armed forces. It is a surprise for them because now the pictures that we are witnessing on our screens is S400 just behind Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That picture gives the message of Pakistan's fake narrative being spread that they have destroyed our S400 at Adampur Air Base. There you can see that's the S400 just behind Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It is also those
S400,
fighter jets
how India's air defense systems have protected the skies from Pakistan's ceasefire violations. It's very much evident. And that's the photograph that, of course, we are talking about. Prime Minister saluting our Air Force personnel there, and also right behind him is the S400 air defense system. That has been very crucial, a key part of our defense. The air defense system that was also, well, it was claimed by Pakistan as part of its malicious misinformation campaign that it has been peddling so far, that they had managed to breach the S400 defense system. But those were all lies, all propaganda. Nazir also, let me go across to Nazir as well. Nazir, we understand there have been drones sighted earlier as well. All right, I'm being told Nazir is going to join us back in just a bit. Let me go back to Aishwarya here. Aishwarya, we understand now there have been drones sighted also in the Samba region yesterday as well. And as of course, we've been talking about this picture as well of Prime Minister Modi. This is very much crucial, as you've been informing us. This is the S400 defense system in front of which Prime Minister Modi is standing. The malicious misinformation campaign that was being peddled by Pakistan, you know, what many are writing on social media also, that propaganda has failed. With Prime Minister Modi visiting the Adampur Air Base and, of course, seen along with the IF personnel and making sure, giving out a message that all is well, and what Pakistan so far has been saying was just a pack of lies. And this is very much evident now, Aishwarya.
Well, and I got this information from the top government sources as well that it is this time the Indian Armed Forces documenting every visual evidence of what has been done by the Indian Armed Forces as far as strikes inside Pakistan's mainland or in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, because it is of course Pakistan which will go and cry in the international forums for different sanctions that India has imposed and the decisions that they have taken. But it is Indian armed forces which had been given instructions to document all the proofs that we have not hit any civilians. We have just targeted their air bases, their military establishments, and that too in retaliation. It is of course India at any point not an aggressor, but we have retaliated in terms of Pakistan's strikes on our temples, on our churches, on our civilians, and it is a befitting reply that has been given by Indian armed forces. And what fake narrative that Pakistan armed forces, the Pakistani media had been spreading, these pictures clearly shows the proof that it is nothing that a blatant lie on the part of Pakistan. Nothing had been destroyed as far as Adampur Air Base is concerned, and Prime Minister of the person who was leading the entire operation, who had given yesterday an address which was one of the most strongest speech in terms of being Prime Minister against terrorism, and those visuals speaks a lot of messaging in itself. Of course, as I was mentioning,
Yes.
this Adampur Air Force Station is also very close to India and Pakistan border, and this Air Force Station is suitable for rapid retaliation, and that's what this happened in Operation
Yes, and the
Sindur as well. Of
S400
course,
air defense
it is a
system.
morale
This
booster
picture is
for,
very
our
significant,
air
as we've been
warriors.
talking about it. The Sudarshan Chakra, as it is very well known. The silent sky hunter also is what it is known as, developed using the Russian defense technology, is the best in the world. It's the most powerful in the world, and India had bought it from Russia, and we understand what miracle or what magic it has actually played in this conflict between India and Pakistan, how it has kept our skies safe from the attacks from Pakistan. All right, we will talk about that in just a bit. Again, Ishwarya also continues to be with us. My colleague Nazir is also joining us on the broadcast. Nazir and Ishwarya, I'll come back to you in just a bit. We have to slip into a short break here.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality, accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years.
Welcome back after the break. Photos and videos of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Adampur Air Base are out now. Prime Minister Modi has shared some more photographs of his visit to the Adampur Air Base. Among those, this is one most significant photograph of Prime Minister Modi standing in front of the S400 air defense system. Remember, the S400 air defense system, known as the Sudarshan Chakra, is the most powerful in the world and has been acquired from Russia by India using the Russian defense technology. It has been made, is considered to be the most powerful, as we've been talking about it, and has kept our skies safe, has kept you, me and everybody else safe from the dastardly attacks from Pakistan, the ceasefire violations that have been taking place, neutralizing the threat from Pakistan in the skies as well. This is also known as the silent sky hunter. And it has done the work. It has helped our countrymen, to keep our countrymen safe here, even as Pakistan continued with its ceasefire violations, the missile attacks, as well as the drone attacks. We understand now drones have been sighted earlier, yesterday as well, in our skies, launched by Pakistan. But there has been no such information of an attack so far. But we understand there has been an anti-terror operation that has been going on earlier in Jammu Kashmir as well, and 3 terrorists are neutralized there. But we will try and get more details about that operation that has been going on as well. My colleague Aishwarya as well as Nazir continue to be with us, explaining us, helping us understand the significance of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the Adampur Air Base. Nazir, if I could come to you now. You've been telling us how important has been this visit of Prime Minister Modi to the Adampur Air Base, which is the 2nd largest air base in India, and equipped with weapons, equipped with facilities that have kept us safe so far from the attacks from Pakistan.
Well, clearly the Adampur Air Base appears to have played a key role, which it has done in the past also. And Prime Minister visiting there is to show gratitude to the armed forces, air warriors, that you have accomplished your mission. It's now our turn to show gratitude as a nation, which Prime Minister said in his address to the nation. And there was a lot of misinformation, or their version of the what they call truth Pakistani, that Adampur was dismantled, it was damaged, destroyed, and Prime Minister's visit there, landing there, is itself a message that Adampur Air Base is as perfect as Prime Minister can land at this air base and meet the air warriors. And also, I can tell you, if I say a paramedical official of the Air Force, except he was killed in this combat in the Pakistani strikes in Adampur, except that Air Force has no loss of its human beings. Yes, Air Force has admitted there is some assets have been lost in the combat, and loss in the combat it's part of the combat. But when we see Pakistan, in only one air base, Pakistan lost 5 Air Force personnel, including a squadron leader. So and they have themselves admitted 11 soldiers, including 5 Air Force personnel, and also what they say 40 civilians have been killed. So India's missile strikes was successful. It penetrated into the Pakistani, deep inside Pakistan, Pakistani Punjab. It targeted with the military precision these terror sites, whether it was Bahawalpur or it was Murdaki, or 6 sites in POK. So all that. So when this whole mission is over, which Prime Minister last evening made it very clear what India has achieved through this mission. And then visiting this air base, it also sending a message.
Yes, every time there has been a DGMO press conference also, we've given out ample evidence of the strikes that were carried out against Pakistan, and Pakistan failed to do so. It has only been engaging in a misinformation warfare that's taking place, peddling all lies and fake news about how it has managed to target our bases, our military units here, but has not been able to furnish any proof there. My colleague Shiv Aroor also now joins us on the broadcast. He's joining us from Gandarbal here. He's been reporting from the ground all these days. All right, I'm being told, Shiv, you've moved to Srinagar now at the moment. But yes, this picture that we've been talking about of Prime Minister Modi right in front of the S400 air defense system, which is known as the Silent Sky Hunter, India's Sudarshan Chakra, how it has kept us all safe. All these days of uncertainty that has been prevailing, the tension that has been prevailing between India and Pakistan, and it's a very significant moment.
I cannot begin to tell you what a significant image this is of the Prime Minister, cracking a salute with the, the iconic launcher system of the S400 air defense weapon right behind him in that blurry picture. This is a very, very significant image on many, many levels, and let me tell you why. Number one, it happens to be the first public image of the S400 in Indian service. It has never been seen before. Deliveries of this weapon began from Russia in late 2021, 2022, and since then, not a single image of this weapon has emerged in public under any circumstances. So what you're seeing is a little bit of a milestone in military history, the first ever public image of an S-400. Point number two, remember Pakistan went to town claiming, among much else to do with Adampur, that they had completely destroyed and disabled the S-400 air defense installation which was situated at the Adampur air base. Which was a ridiculous claim to make, because if you destroy an S-400 missile installation, you cannot hide it. It will most certainly come up in satellite imagery. None of that happened. And here you have Prime Minister Modi standing literally in front of an S-400, cracking a salute right after he meets the people of the Adampur Air Force Station. By doing so, the Prime Minister is not only sending out, a message busting the misinformation of Pakistan, but also projecting strength, acknowledging India's immaculate air defense during Operation Sindur, and also reminding Pakistan that while their priority is to indulge in misinformation and, and narrative management, the Indian Air Force would rather simply spend time on operations, which it has been doing since the beginning of Operation Sindur. And as you can see from that picture, symbolically and otherwise, it's very clear that the S-400s are doing just fine. And here's a final nugget for anyone listening, and I'm sure, all of Pakistan must be watching NDTV right now. Did they know that not a single S-400 missile was even needed to be fired during Operation Sindur, because the deterrent effect of the S-400 kept any air threats, major air threats, well within Pakistan airspace, and therefore India didn't even need to use the S-400 in order to meet its military objectives. That's what this image is telling the world.
That's a very important point that you've made, and of course this sends out a very strong message to those who've been trying to, of course, spread malicious information also earlier. Pakistan, of course, has been claiming so far that it has managed to inflict damage on our bases, on the S-400 defense system as well. But this photograph is clear proof and sends out a clear message to those who've been spreading this kind of malicious propaganda. All right, Shiv, stay on with us. I'll just come back to you in just a bit. We have to slip into a short break. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Three terrorists have been killed in an encounter between forces and the terrorists in Shopian, Jammu Kashmir. Clearest images of Indian strikes accessed by NDTV exclusively. In the Pulachi sex assault case, 9 people have been convicted. 88% students have cleared class 12th exams this year.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora.
All right, these videos of Prime Minister Modi have now come out of Prime Minister Modi meeting the Indian Air Force personnel, also cheering them up, boosting their morale at the Adampur Air Base. This was a surprise visit of Prime Minister Modi. We understand in the early hours in the morning he made this visit to the Adampur Air Base. Also, we have photographs that have come out. Prime Minister Modi himself has shared these photographs, some more glimpses that have been shared by Prime Minister Modi once again just a while back. With this photograph, Prime Minister Modi standing in front of the S400 air defense system, which is, of course, very much significant, in front of the Rafale jet as well. All right, my colleague Shiv Aroor also continues to be with us on the broadcast here. Well, photographs, more photographs that have been shared. Shiv, another photograph in which Prime Minister Modi is seen in front of this logo, the message that says, "Why enemy pilots don't sleep well," and a small picture of the aircraft Rafale as well. Well, these pictures are quite significant in the strong messaging that it sends out. All right, a MiG-29, we understand.
Small correction, that's not a Rafale, that's a MiG-29, yeah. Yeah, that's a MiG-29 fighter. It doesn't matter. It's a small error. It doesn't matter because the Rafales are okay as well. The Adampur base is a very well-known MiG-29 fighter base. It's a frontline fighter base. The Prime Minister standing in front of that model with that message that says, you know, why the enemy doesn't sleep at night. A very nice touch with that pair of images with a real MiG-29 sitting on the tarmac. A small little picture, a detail in that photograph which shows you a little bit of the runway at Adampur. None of these things are coincidences. There is so much and so many layers of messaging in each and every one of these images. It's actually fascinating to see how someone has designed the photography around the Prime Minister's visit. They've got that, you know, that mysterious picture of the towering S400 behind him. Then they've got a nice big zoomed up detail of a MiG-29 cockpit, you know, with its sensors very, very visible. Then you've got a long shot of the Prime Minister with that big crowd getting out of his car, big crowd of air warriors. You can see the MiG-29 in the distance right behind them, and a small little stretch of runway. Each and every one of these little details in these photographs is sending out a separate message. MiG-29 fighter, frontline fighter, probably involved in some of those strike missions in Pakistan. Runway, well, Pakistan was trying to say that they'd bombed the runway. Please look at this runway. This aircraft wouldn't be standing here if the runway was actually damaged. You can actually see a bit of that runway yourself. The fact that all the air warriors are there means they're operational, they are, you know, on duty, and therefore that nothing has happened to the airbase itself. Prime Minister there means security cleared. No need for any, concerns at all, because if the base was damaged or if it was under threat by any kind, the Prime Minister wouldn't even be allowed by his own security to visit there. So every one of these still images and the video, of course, radiating an amazing image of misinformation from Pakistan's side. The fact that in their desperation to somehow look like they managed to inflict some damage on India, they have completely stumbled. They've dropped the narrative ball. Misinformation has eaten them from the inside out. And here is Prime Minister standing with the bravest of the brave, people who stand on the front line, men and women, I should add, who are very much part of Operation Sindur. And it's kind of mind-boggling to think that these people you see in these pictures have been involved in historic offensive strike operations just 72 hours ago.
Absolutely, absolutely. Also, you know, Shiv, now we are talking about the misinformation campaign also that Pakistan, of course, has been running. What did it aim to get by that? We understand, well, Pakistan has been, of course, on the losing side. And if the ceasefire agreement did not actually come into place, Pakistan would have had much to lose, because India was clearly prepared, and the Prime Minister also sent out a strong message of intent earlier also. And that was reiterated yesterday as well. But what did Pakistan really aim to achieve?
Well, they aim to achieve saving face after, a massive strategic humiliation of having 12 of your air bases, pummeled by Indian missiles. The public in panic and agony over what is being seen as a global insult. The fact that the Indian Air Force has, with impunity, been attacking your cities, destroying air defense facilities in Lahore, in Chaklala, which is near Islamabad, in Karachi even, as NDTV broke yesterday. This is a Pakistan military establishment that simply didn't know what to do. And in its desperation, it picked up the playbook that it has learned from the Chinese, which is, when the news is not good, fool your public. Pull the wool over their eyes, use misinformation to make them think that you've done something great when you actually haven't done anything at all. Adampur is a fabulous symbolic example of how misinformation can really crash and burn right in front of your eyes. They had sent out scores and scores of social media misinformation elements, with doctored satellite images, fake old images of destroyed aircraft from other countries, claiming that 60 personnel have been killed, that the radar facility is lying in ashes, that aircraft had been burnt, etc. As you can see from just a few still images and a short clip released by the Prime Minister's office, none of this is true. This is an operational base that is not only intact, but is also ready for war. And nothing kills misinformation like the truth. And Pakistan hates the truth.
Clear lies from Pakistan, and they have not been able to furnish any proof or evidence of the claims they made, of course. Thank you so much, Shiv, for getting us all those details. We'll just come back to these pictures and videos now shared by Prime Minister Modi himself of his special visit to Adampur Air Base there. In just a bit, it's time for a quick break here.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, you're watching NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today morning visited Punjab's Adampur Air Base, interacted with soldiers days after India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire. Now Adampur is amongst India's critical air force stations that Pakistan attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and 10th. This is after India's Operation Sindur.
Right, that's what Pakistan went on to claim, in fact, that Adampur Air Base was destroyed and Pakistan was lying. That is the message that Prime Minister Modi is there. In fact, like he did interact with the soldiers, of course, and that is a big message after particularly that speech that the Prime Minister made yesterday, Vasudha.
Absolutely. He has defended India's retaliatory posture and he has said that India will continue to hit back with resolve and dedication with decisive actions if there is any misadventure of any sort. In other news, Divya, US President Donald Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia in what will be the first stop of a 3-day tour that will also see him visit Qatar and UAE.
Absolutely, that's a 4-day visit. We'll get you all the details. First, let's just get you the headlines. Prime Minister Modi visits the Adampur Air Base. The Prime Minister interacts with the IAF, the Indian Air Force personnel at the Air Base. This is Prime Minister Modi's visit after Operation Sindur.
3 terrorists have been killed in Shopian encounter in J&K. Forces engaged in gunfight with terrorists.
And Congress MP Shashi Tharoor speaks to NDTV's Nikunj Garg. Shashi Tharoor has spoken on the Prime Minister's speech. He has also spoken with Maharashtrian, talking about the duty of the Prime Minister to speak to his people, which is very crucial, particularly at this time of misinformation.
NDTV brings you an exclusive, clearest images of Indian strikes. How did these strikes bring Pakistan to the ceasefire table? NDTV will get you details.
A Sessions Court in Coimbatore has convicted all 9 men accused of sexually assaulting and blackmailing several women in Tamil Nadu. The trial for which had gripped a massive public attention and a public outrage in 2019.
It's a big day for students. CBSE declares class 10th and 12th results. Pass percentage marginally higher than 2024. CBSE board exams, as usual, girls outshine boys.
And Donald Trump kickstarts his Middle East visit. He lands in Saudi Arabia. He'll also be in the UAE and Qatar as Trump eyes the Gulf investments when it comes to the United States.
The Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Tuesday visited Punjab's Adampur Air Base. He interacted with soldiers, and this is days after India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire. Adampur is amongst India's critical Air Force stations, and this is one of those stations that Pakistan attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and 10th, and this is following India's Operation Sindur.
Right, well, Prime Minister's visit to the Air Force Station comes a day after he praised the country's armed forces following a successful Operation Sindur. And remember, the situation between the two nations, India and Pakistan, remains sensitive. There is a ceasefire agreement in place, the understanding is in place, and hence the Prime Minister's visit to this critical air base is also just not a morale booster for the armed forces, but also a crucial move in reviewing our defense system, Vasudha.
Absolutely, Divya. Let's get in our colleague Shiv, who has been reporting on this. Shiv Aroor joins us from J&K. Shiv, for the last few days, I've been wondering what an S400 looks like, and finally, this is how it looks like. And there has been a lot of misinformation from the Pakistani side saying that S400 has also been destroyed, but it is this air defense grid that has also protected India from the long-range rockets, or for that matter missiles, that Pakistan struck us with. Tell us the importance of S400 and also the significance of the Prime Minister saluting the air defense grid, and also most importantly, what does the Prime Minister's visit to Adampur Air Force Station signify today?
So, Vasudha, you and I are in the same boat. Neither of us has seen the Indian S400 before this picture actually came out. So there's a little bit of military history in that one little still image. Nobody in India's public has ever seen the S400 in Indian service before that picture came out. So let's get that out of the way first. The reason why this picture is so important is obviously because Pakistan had issued a great deal of very aggressive misinformation suggesting that the S-400 missile site at Adampur had been completely destroyed. They had used faked and morphed satellite imagery fed to them by China. and this is, I'm not making this up, this is genuinely established by satellite imagery analysts like Damien Simon, that morphed imagery of earlier, earlier satellite imagery had been used to suggest that the Adampur airbase was out of action and that it had sustained damage. Obviously, none of this was true because the Prime Minister wouldn't be at Adampur if there had been any kind of damage. You're right when you say, Vasudha and Divya, that the Prime Minister is saluting the air defense grid because the S-400 think of it as the Rolls-Royce of India's air defense grid. It's the highest and most capable weapon element in India's integrated air defense system. The amazing and ironic part about all of this is there's been so much talk about the S-400 and how effective it has been in our air defense. It actually has, but our viewers would be very happy to know and interested to know that not a single S-400 missile even needed to be fired during this entire aerial ballet that was taking place during Operation Sindur. And that, in fact, proves the power of S-400. Because if an S-400 has to fire missiles, which are very expensive, by the way, then your enemy is already at your doorstep, and therefore, things have already gotten out of hand. But if your air defense grid was only firing, less complicated, less sophisticated weapons, because that was all that was needed to take care of Pakistani drones, missiles, and munitions, then the S-400 has basically earned back its investment, and it's a very, very expensive weapon. So it's important to note that by standing in front of the S-400, the Prime Minister has sent out, a note of fact-checking. He's busted a lot of misinformation from Pakistan, and he's also amplifying a message of strength, saying, look, this is a weapon that we invested in, and this is one of the reasons you guys couldn't get anywhere near our airspace in your manned aircraft. So big, big messages from that one little picture.
Absolutely. Shiv, also help us understand the importance of the Adampur air base, because this is one of the locations that Divya was also pointing out that Pakistan tried to attack but was unsuccessful after Indian military thwarted this attempt. But it's also India's key air base in northern India. Help us understand what kind of critical importance does it hold in India's aerial defense infrastructure?
I'm really glad you asked that because, of all the air bases that Pakistan appeared to try and attack as part of its retaliation to Operation Sindur, for some reason Pakistan was fixated on Adampur. All of the misinformation that came out was pertaining to Adampur. We have destroyed their aircraft, we have destroyed their radars, we have destroyed the S-400, the runway is damaged, 60 personnel are killed, the entire airbase is going to be out of action. I did a little reading and spoke to some of my friends in the Air Force, even though I have a sense of why they were doing this. And Adampur is historically very important in the India-Pak context because the Adampur base has played a crucial role in airstrikes in the 1965 war, in the 1971 war, during the Kargil war. Adampur was a staging base for forward deployed operations, and therefore Adampur is a thorn in many ways in Pakistan's military psyche. Everyone has heard of the Adampur air base because it's in Punjab. Punjab has its own political significance as far as partition is concerned. It's very close to the international border. So all of these elements make Adampur, militarily, culturally, societally even important because it is something that has existed in the conflicts of the past between India and Pakistan. So I'm not surprised even for a moment, Vasudha and Divya, that they were fixated on trying to misinform their public as having inflicted so much damage on Adampur rather than, spread their misinformation around and bring in Kapurthala and Pathankot and, even Srinagar where I'm sitting now. But Adampur appeared to be front and center in that misinformation campaign. And it's just amazing and frankly kind of mind-boggling to think that a few seconds of video and a few still images can bring all of that misinformation to come crashing down.
Absolutely. Of course, Pakistan Army, Shiv, used morphed satellite images of the Adampur base where Prime Minister Modi, reached this morning. Take us through the significance of the timing of this coming, on the heels of that speech that he made just yesterday.
Important point, Divya. The fact that the Prime Minister yesterday had made it very, very clear that Operation Sindur has not stopped. It has only paused, which means that any, aggressive provocation from Pakistan's side will basically mean, Prime Minister Modi and the Indian system unpausing Operation Sindur and letting military punitive measures continue as they have been since the 7th of May. And for him, the very next day, less than 24 hours later, to visit the Adampur airbase is hugely significant. We've dealt with the misinformation busting aspect, but let's remember the operational significance of Adampur and the Prime Minister actually being there. Adampur, let's make no mistake, has been a principal part of Operation Sindur as a frontline fighter base, and you can see MiG-29 fighters in the background, in some of those images released by the Prime Minister's office, sends out a message that the people standing around Modi, the people interacting with Modi, the air warriors, men and women, the commanders at the Adampur base, they are on war duty right now. They are all in their flying overalls, which is normal, but they are all operationally deployed. This is a frontline base. They are, it's probably reasonable to assume that fighter aircraft from this base, perhaps even the fighter sitting there behind Modi in those pictures, would have been participating in some of the air operations as part of Operation Sindur. So it's kind of fascinating to think that the Prime Minister has chosen to be there in Adampur right in the middle of operations. These bases are sensitive. They are out of bounds. Things can get very frenetic and busy at this time. Sure, we are in a sort of ceasefire understanding with Pakistan right now, but to answer your question, after his speech yesterday, let's make no mistake, whether it is Adampur, whether it is Pathankot, whether it is the airfield here in Srinagar where I'm reporting from, they are all completely on war alert right now. So the Prime Minister to be there is a huge operational message by itself to Pakistan.
Absolutely, Shiv. Do stay with us. Prime Minister there doing multiple things, breaking the cycle of misinformation from Pakistan, also honoring our armed forces for the efforts that they put in, but most importantly also taking a security review of our systems, of our defense systems. Nazir also joins us from J&K. Nazir, since morning you've been giving us this very important and welcome news that schools in non-border areas of J&K have reopened, and it's very heartening to see students going back to school. But there's also been this encounter that has happened in Shopian. Of course, there's a ceasefire understanding that is in place. Tell us, and now that the Prime Minister is also in Adampur Air Base, tell us how are people of Jammu and Kashmir feeling about this, because this is fragile peace and J&K has had to bear the brunt of many of those ceasefire violations that took place in the last few days.
Well, clearly life is limping back to normal in the border areas, and in Srinagar it was really returning to normal as schools opened today in Srinagar and other parts of the valley. I spoke earlier in the morning when schools opened to students, how happy they were that because the horror of that war and the bombs they have witnessed first time in their lives, they had never thought it can end so soon, because they were really terrified. But finally, after a few days, they are back in school and they say it has ended and war should never happen. That's what they were the views of the kids in the schools. They were really terrified what was happening, because it was happening first time in their lives when bombs, explosions were, and the drone activities and the India's countermeasures by India's air defense system that was there. So as we talk about today, this encounter is not actually linked to the larger situation on the borders. This encounter is taking place in Shopian district, in the forest area of Shopian district. 3 militants are believed to have been killed according to army and the police. Army said they had intelligence about presence of these terrorists, and then they launched the operation and killed them. There's no report that if any casualty or there's injury from the army side. That's not. So it appears to be a very swift operation which the security force have carried out, but it has no link with the larger situation. Number one, it was initiated by the security force. It was not an attack on the army or police. Second thing, it appears it has no link with the Pahalgam incident, because that operation is still on and the attackers there are still believed to be holed up in that very area where they had carried out the attack. But for last 3 weeks, it doesn't appear security forces are any way closer to track down the killers of 26 innocent people in Pahalgam on April 22nd. And then there's also, the larger, anti-militancy operations which are being launched in Jammu and Kashmir. On an average, every day, security force launch 100 operations every day, anti-militancy operation, call and search operation. And in this operation, they got the specific information. They have been able to track down all the 3 militants who were present there. They have been killed. So that is the update, but operations is still going on in these forests of Shopian.
Right. Thank you, Nazir, for joining us with those details. Back to you, Shiv. The Prime Minister yesterday in his first address after Operation Sindur talked about how peace comes through strength, and that strength has to come through action. For years, the Prime Minister has spent occasions such as Diwali with soldiers. But today, of course, was special because it's a message of support to our armed forces. Also, it's a message to the world that Operation Sindur is not over. He is reviewing our defense systems as well. It's just been paused. Help us understand, how is this visit of the Prime Minister aligned with his larger policy, his politics, and also his leadership style?
Vasudha, I'm glad you asked that, because on the one occasion that I've actually spent some time with our Prime Minister, the one thing that he told me that has always stayed with me is that any chance he gets, he likes spending it, with security forces, the army or the CRPF or the BSF or any security agency. And that's one of the reasons why on occasions like New Year or Diwali, he usually goes and spends it with security personnel. This is, of course, not an occasion, but it is a huge milestone in India's history, especially its security and sovereignty history. And therefore, I'm not surprised even a little bit that the Prime Minister has decided to go to the Adampur airbase. I can guarantee you that this must have been his own personal idea, because, any given chance he gets, he likes spending time with, with Jawans, with sailors, with air warriors, as is the case today with Adampur. And I think he just feels a sense of comfort being with guardians of the country. And this is not to say that it's an emotional thing, but I think he's always felt a sense of gratitude for the armed forces and security forces, and therefore, as Prime Minister, being in a position where he can get to pay some of that gratitude back, I think he does the right thing by spending as much time as he possibly can with them. So whether it is, a night at sea on INS Vikrant, or spending a night, on the front lines, spending Diwali with forces on the line of control in the northeast, in Sikkim, in Arunachal Pradesh, these are all things that come very naturally to the Prime Minister. It's something that is very close to his heart as well. I can tell you that I have interacted with soldiers, sailors, airmen after these visits have gotten over, and you should hear some of those stories. They are amazing. The air warriors at Adampur, would have had a chance to chat with the Prime Minister. He's very earthy. He asks them about what's happening at home. The Prime Minister does his homework about, some of the people there. So he has, nice, deep questions to some of them about their families. And it just sends out a really, really great message, not just to the individual, but the entire base, and by virtue of that, the entire service, to the entire Air Force, who will be, seeing such great value in the Prime Minister, spending time with people who, let's admit and let's be very frank, are in a very, very high stress situation right now. And not just them at the base, Vasudha, but also their families in different parts of the country. And you know what military bases are like. They have representation from all corners of the country, south, west, east, north, northeast, etc. And therefore, families watching these images will not only get a sense of reassurance and inner strength, but it's also a kind of promise from the biggest leader in the country, really, the political head of the country, that, I've got your people's back, I've got your daughters back, I've got your sons back. Even if they fly, don't worry, I'm going to give them the best that we possibly can. That's what these images really send out. So no surprises whatsoever that the Prime Minister is there. The defense journalist in me is wondering if he's going to do a hop stop in some other air bases as well, so we can get to see more of what's actually happening there.
Right, Shiv, get more of that experience that, the Prime Minister has described as spending time with people who epitomize courage, determination and fearlessness. and how India is eternally grateful to the armed forces for everything that they do for us and for the nation. Of course, coming back to the S-400 missile defense system, the images that we saw, perhaps the first of their kind, right? This is hailed to be one of the best in the world. How many does India have? And, from what we're hearing is we're expecting to increase that number.
Good question. So basically, India bought 5 regiments of the S-400. This is not secret or classified information. It was part of the public announcement that was made. Now, what 5 regiments means, I'm not going to get into that because that goes into the realm of, number of launchers and batteries, etc. Let's not get into that. I think it's enough to say that India has the S-400 and it is deployed to devastating effect in our air defense shield. Now, there are 2 interesting elements as far as the S-400 is concerned. You're absolutely right. India is interested in, procuring more S-400s. That's been on the table ever since this first deal was signed about 6-7 years ago. I actually had a chance to visit the manufacturing facility of the S-400 just outside the city of St. Petersburg a few years ago, just before deliveries began to India, and talks had begun at that time to increase the order to more such systems. So that will take its own time. Of course, these are not cheap systems. They come at a huge cost, and their capability sort of justifies it, as we've seen during Operation Sindur. But the more interesting update and element now is there is an updated version of the S-400 also from Russia called the S-500, which Russia is looking to not sell to India, but kind of co-produce and modify for Indian operational use. So that is a proposal that's come up. It apparently came up when when the Modi delegation went to Russia earlier this year and met with Putin. But that's something that's going to happen more in the distant future. Right now, India has the S-400 fully deployed. It's fully operational. There has been misinformation suggesting that the S-400 is not ready for operations. Once again, the usual Chinese and Pakistani stuff. But that is not true at all. The S-400 is ready for war. It's ready for operations. Important to also note, and this is a geopolitical reality, that China also has the S-400. So that's also something to think about.
Right. Thank you, Shiv, for joining us with those very critical details. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Adampur Air Base today, a day after he announced his defense of the retaliation that India did to the original escalation that happened in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April, with Operation Sindur being the new normal, the new deterrent policy that India will have against Pakistan. In fact, talking about that, his first address since India's military response after the Pahalgam terror attack, Operation Sindur, Prime Minister Modi declared Operation Sindur as a defining shift in India's security doctrine, marking the emergence of a new normal, with 26 civilians brutally killed. Prime Minister Modi has justified India's assertive retaliation, framing this as morally necessary and also strategically calibrated.
That's right. Vasudha, the Prime Minister said that while it was true that the present times were not, this is not the age of war, but it isn't the age for terrorism as well. And that is what the Prime Minister has gone on to say. We've heard him say that when it came to the war in Ukraine and Russia as well. So now the Prime Minister there, saying the same thing when it comes to India, saying that India had drawn new red lines on terror. And this is from Pakistan, and underlining that India had just suspended Operation Sindur because Pakistan rushed to the world after suffering the damage, and that it would closely be watching all activities taking place along the line of control and activities of Pakistan.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the speech that he delivered yesterday.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल, भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे।
And time to get you a very special interview with Congress MP Shashi Tharoor. He's spoken to NDTV's Nikunj Garg and Maria Shakil while lauding Prime Minister's efforts, saying that it's the Prime Minister's duty to speak to his people, particularly when it comes to a time of misinformation, and also the message that India has put out, saying that if you mess with India, you pay. Let's listen in.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaging with the nation through his address to the nation. Do you think it was needed?
Yeah.
And particularly at a time when there's a lot of misinformation and also some kind of narrative setting which is happening by the Pakistanis and the Western media?
I think certainly it's always needed. I think it's a duty of a Prime Minister to speak to his people from time to time. He does this monthly broadcast on Man Ki Baat, but that's not really topical, urgent, critical stuff. It's more reflective in general. I think that actually coming on television, looking the nation square in the eye and talking about the big issues on the top of their minds is always important. Whether it was COVID, whether it's war, we needed him to do that, so I'm glad he did it. The question of the narrative, I don't think that he particularly addressed the other people's narrative at all. He talked about what we were trying to do, what we believe we've accomplished, and how determined we are in the future. That message is good. I don't think there was anything terribly new or surprising. Certainly people like us who've been following Indian policy have been saying more or less all of this. I was very pleased to see one of my lines that caught the attention of his speechwriters because he used it. When I said that the Prime Minister had said this is not an era of war, and I had added in my Indian Express article 2 weeks ago, but it is not an era of terrorism either. That line made it to the PM speech, so I felt chuffed about that. I mean, that's also a right message, right? But anyway, to cut a long story short, I will say that the PM should do this. He should do it every time there's a moment of crisis. But as far as the global narrative is concerned, there are people below his level who should be doing it. The global narrative is shaped by various factors. It is shaped by the interests and the self-interests of governments and by the interests and the proclivities of the media organizations. And if it so happens that there are some media organizations that have a habit of inviting a lot more Pakistani guests than they invite ours, you will get a particular point of view. And at the same time, if there are media organizations that are willing to give us the time and space to be heard, we should leap onto those, because we cannot entirely rely on the fact that we've issued the right statements from here. Are people hearing them in their own countries, in their own languages, in their own TV stations? These are important issues.
And do you think, Dr. Tharoor, that the way Prime Minister and his government handled this entire crisis, including the communication, I will not call narrative, which is increasingly becoming a much contested word, including the communication to the larger world and people, Indian people, that was largely in the right direction?
Look, I think that the overall crisis was handled extremely well. I have gone on record as saying that I thought Operation Sindur, from the naming to the presentation to the conduct, everything I gave full marks to. I mean, I really liked the fact that we hit the terrorist bases. We did so at night when there were very few civilians likely to be wandering about, so no collateral damage. We were very precise in our targeting. I'm told we hit a specific building inside the LET compound. I like that. I thought that sending the message that, look, in Kargil, we never even crossed the LOC, even though it cost us lives. In Uri, we crossed the LOC. In Balakot, we crossed the international border. And today, after Pahalgam, we are now hitting you in your heartland. So be prepared that we are not prepared to take any more of this. The more you do, the more consequences you're going to face. I think all that messaging was very clear, and the Pakistanis have got the message. Did the world community get the message? Not unchallenged, because the Pakistanis were going around telling everybody, oh my gosh, the Indians are a rogue state. We did nothing. They were attacking us without any provocation. And when we say, but look at this Pahalgam, they say, we didn't do Pahalgam. Where is the evidence? And indeed, many foreign interviewers are badgering us to say, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence? To which all we could say is, where was the evidence that Osama bin Laden was there until they found him? You know, where was the evidence that they had done 26/11 until Qasab was captured alive? The problem is denial is the Pakistani modus operandi. So I have no doubt that a meticulously planned operation like this came out of a sophisticated military headquarters. It's not some random, crazy doing something. But I believe that though we have paused this operation now, and this pause will last long, I believe that we still have to go after the individuals who perpetrated Pahalgam. We seem to have identified 3 of the 4 of them by name. We have to go after them and get them. And that, whatever it takes, however long it takes, is something that is indispensable for India's self-respect to achieve.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shiv Aroor, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest in regard to Jammu and Kashmir. Now, 3 terrorists have been killed in an encounter which took place with the security forces in J&K's Shopian. Another terrorist could be present in the area. The encounter initially began in Kulgam and then shifted to the forest area in Shopian. Now, security personnel of the army and the paramilitary forces have been fighting the terrorists for about 2 hours and more, counting now, in fact. Security forces intercepted the terrorists following an intelligence input. The timing of this particular encounter is significant because this is in the aftermath of Operation Sindur, India's counter-strike against Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack in which 26 people died. Now, 3 terrorists have been killed in an encounter which is underway. The gunfighting that's taking place in Shopian with there were 4 terrorists. 3 are believed to have been killed. 1 terrorist is alive at the moment. Cordon and search operations are owned by the forces. This is an encounter that's taken place in the forest of Shopian. This really comes at a time when Prime Minister Modi has visited Adampur base early this morning in order to meet with the Jawans, talking about their valor, their, of course, and talking about the contribution that the armed forces has made to the country, particularly in this very trying time. And of course, there you can see this is an encounter that's taken place where 4 terrorists were trying to enter, were trying to get inside. This is an encounter that started, in fact, in Kulgam, but went on to the forest area of Shopian. But fortunately, 3 terrorists have been gunned down in that encounter that continues. It's been continuing over the last couple of hours, and that is the armed forces there. Of course, you know, trying to give their best in the particular situation. With Nazir joining us. Nazir, the timing of this encounters is significant because this is really in the aftermath of Operation Sindur, but also, you know, any details you have about the 4th terrorist?
Well, there were, you know, information was 3 or 4 were present there, or they were holed up, but clearly all the 3 have been killed. It appears there's no other, the 4th one was not there, there were only 3. So it is a significant operation which has been carried out by the army, a swift operation, killed all the 3 militants. Identity is yet to be ascertained, which would be, police would be eventually doing. They are believed to be the Lashkar terrorists, and they are operating in this particular area. But one thing is very clear. This encounter is not linked to the larger situation on the borders or the recent confrontation or the escalation between India and Pakistan. Number 2, this was not an attack on the security forces. This was the operation initiated by the security force based on information about presence of hiding militants. So they were neutralized after the operation was launched. Number 3, there has been a major operation going on over the last 3 weeks to track down the attackers of Pahalgam massacre. That remains a challenge, and it appears so far they are not linked to that also, even as it is larger militant ecosystem. So naturally, it is seen as a success against militancy by the security forces, because on an average, every day security forces launch around 100 operations in Kashmir Valley alone because of the challenges they face every day. But rarely they get the contact. In this case, it is after a long time, you know, they got this contact and killed these militants. Earlier, they had been contact in the same area, but militants had managed to escape. But this time, all the 3 terrorists have been killed by the security forces. So this is what army has said. So operation is on, but the encounter is over.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us with all those details. Thank you for joining us. Moving on now, let's get you the clearest satellite imagery released so far of the Indian strikes on Pakistani air bases, showing the extent of the damage caused by relentless Indian precision strikes. The images that you will now see include the bases of Sukur in Sindh, Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Rahim Yar Khan in southern Punjab, PAF base Mushaf in Sargoda, as well as the PAF Pakistan base in Jacobabad, and also the northern Sindh and the Bolari Air Base in northern Thata district. My colleague Vishnu Som has the details.
Remember, during the surgical strikes of 2016 or during Balakot in 2019, there was no real satellite imagery that came across which decisively proved that India had struck its targets. Not so this time. Now, a lot of the imagery which has been released over the last couple of days is fairly low resolution imagery. In fact, when we broadcast it over our TV screens, people would have struggled to actually see, oh, look, is there really a hit? What exactly is it? But the images that we are about to show you from Noor Khan in Chaklala, Sargoda, Jacobabad, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Bolari, all those points marked out on your map are the clearest ever. Now, this is Jacobabad. It is a massive hangar over there. If there are any aircraft inside, those would have been destroyed as well. This shows the extent of the Indian strike and the accuracy of the Indian strike in one of the bases. Let's go to the next image, which is of the Bolari Air Base. And this, to my mind, is the clearest of the images that we are releasing. Bolari would have had, some reports indicate, either an AWACS aircraft or a transport aircraft inside, people inside as well. But again, a precision strike going right through the hangar, right through the roof of the hangar and destroying it. Sukur is the next one that we can show you. And again, one of the buildings over here, the one on the right, is entirely flattened. It's been destroyed completely. It's believed to have been a UAV base. But it's this relentless pressure on Pakistan by the Indian armed forces which prove that, look, we can hit your air bases and thereby disable your air force. which went a long way towards persuading them to come to the ceasefire table. That's the key point over here. It was these strikes which sent a message. Let's go to the next one, which is at the Noor Khan Air Base. And this is a key part of their operational hub at Noor Khan, a series of buildings over there destroyed. As you can see on your screen, India used Scalp missiles, BrahMos missiles, and perhaps Hammer missiles as well. We didn't have any of these other than the BrahMos in 2019, but that was not used on that occasion. There's the imagery of the Noor Khan Air Base. We've done the damage to the runway that you can now see in the next image. Let's have that up. The moment, and this is from one of the premier air bases, Musharraf in Sargodha, the moment you make runways non-operational or inoperational, Air Force fighters cannot operate. And the fact that you've done this across quite a few air bases, and it takes hours, if not days, to actually fix the craters which have been formed, that is very significant in terms of the operations of the Pakistan Air Force. Let's take a look now at another image of Musharraf. This is another part of the runway which has been hit. This is, I believe, a deeper crater. Again, this would have meant that this airbase is non-operational. Rahim Yar Khan is another Pakistani airbase. Again, the runway cratered. Fixing this would take time. The structure around it has been weakened. Depending on the number of hits on the runway, that runway's use would also have been a clear factor, a problem for them. So that gives you an idea of what India has been saying over the last several days. It's the pressure, the weight of these strikes that persuaded Pakistan to come to the negotiating table.
Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details. Let's just switch tracks now to Maharashtra, and amid speculation of Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray and MNS chief Raj Thackeray reuniting after decades of differences. A recent meeting between Raj Thackeray and Maharashtra Minister Uddhav Samant, the key leader from the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena faction, has raised eyebrows. This is the third such meeting between them and has further fueled speculations about a new possible alliance. The question remains, will the brother unite or will there be a new party matrix in Maharashtra? To know more on this, we have my colleague Anuj joining us. Anuj, speculation is rife about that potential alliance between the MNS and the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena. Take us through the bus that you're picking up on.
You know, MNS has been slightly notorious for giving hints to almost all the parties which are active here in Maharashtra's political spectrum for the longest possible time. We remember that before the Lok Sabha election, MNS gave their unconditional support to Mahayuti only to support Narendra Modi for prime ministerial position. After that, during the Vidhan Sabha election, there was a lot of confusion on whether MNS is going with Mahayuti or not. On certain seats, we saw that they amounted to massive amount of losses, especially to Shinde Shiv Sena because of the Marathi core voter base. But in the larger scheme of things, they stayed against Mahayuti, but with Bharatiya Janata Party. That resulted in them getting 0 seats, and that also increased the speculation about how there is a growing irrelevance factor when it comes to MNS across the state. And as a result of that, we are seeing that new permutations and combinations have been worked out. First, we saw hints being exchanged by MNS chief Raj Thackeray and his cousin brother Uddhav Thackeray from Shiv Sena UBT, talking about how there is a possibility of the Thackeray brothers uniting for what they termed as the larger unity of Maharashtra state. However, we did not see much development happening on that aspect in the last couple of weeks, because this conversation started in 19th of April and went silent after that. Today in the early hours of the morning, Uday Samant made his way to Raj Thackeray's house. Uday Samant is a senior minister in Fadnavis's cabinet. He is also a very close aide of Eknath Shinde. Although he denied any political talks being made in that particular meeting, but speculations are rife that this was keeping in mind the upcoming BMC elections. Given the 6th May judgment by the Supreme Court, one can expect the BMC or the municipality elections taking place before the end of this year, which makes the political permutation and combinations very important for people to strike right, and that is why this meeting...
We will come back to you, but we have breaking news coming in at the moment. Well, breaking news coming in regard to Prime Minister Modi. Do remember that he is in Adampur and he is going to be addressing the Indian Air Force heroes, and that is going to be taking place at the Adampur Air Base at about 3:30 in the afternoon, just 45 minutes from now. The Prime Minister will be addressing the heroes. Do remember that the Prime Minister had, of course, visited the airbase early this morning to put out pictures, tweeted about that visit as well. The Prime Minister there, talking about the sacrifice that has been made. This is a very significant visit of the Prime Minister coming on the heels of the address that he made just yesterday to the nation in regard to Operation Sindur. And today he is going to be addressing the heroes behind the success of Operation Sindur. Of course, also while busting claims that have been made by Pakistan in regard to the Adampur airbase. Do remember Pakistan had claimed that the Adampur airbase was destroyed, and they were morphed images that the Pakistani side had been floating around. This is in regard to the airbase in Adampur in Punjab. And put the base out of action are those claims that were made by Pakistan. Pakistan claimed that its China-made JF-17 fighters destroyed the Russian-made S400 missile defense system that was stationed there. Pakistan claimed that it had destroyed fighter jets and radar stations, and it had also claimed that it had resulted in a lot of loss of life. Those are the claims that were made. And here the Prime Minister early this morning putting out that picture with the S400, setting the record straight when it comes to what really happened. And this is the best counter perhaps to point out towards that photograph from the base this morning with the Prime Minister interacting with the soldiers stationed there and saluting their courage. We have my colleague Shiv joining us. Shiv, of course, a very important address that the Prime Minister is going to be making. He's going to be talking to the heroes, the Indian Air Force heroes. Of course, he did interact with them early this morning, but this coming at the heels of that address that the Prime Minister made yesterday in that 22-minute speech in regard to Operation Sindur. And today, the Prime Minister at the Adampur Air Base, and now he's going to be making that speech in regard to the sacrifices that have been made and, the men behind that victory of Operation Sindur.
That is correct. Obviously, the speech couldn't be broadcast live because of, security concerns, etc. So it's a deferred broadcast, and we will be playing out that full speech at 3:30 p.m. And I strongly recommend that all of our viewers stick around to watch that speech and listen to that speech, because it's the second speech that the Prime Minister will be making in 2 days. Yesterday, he spoke to the nation. Today, he's speaking, to the personnel of one base. But it's going to be a message. We don't know what he said. We'll know at 3:30. But it's going to be a message, most definitely, of commending them for their incredible courage, their valor, the enormous sacrifice that they make on a daily basis by living so far away from their families at a frontline airbase, involved in a military history, quite literally, in imposing India's will on an enemy country that has dared to kill our civilians, send terrorists into our territory. So the Prime Minister's message to the armed forces is going to be something that I think all Indians should be looking forward to. Remember, it's been a very emotional and angry 3 weeks. Today happens to be 3 weeks since Pahalgam. Every Indian still feels that same rage that they felt on the 22nd of April. And I think the Prime Minister represents every Indian when he spoke to the people of the Adampur Air Base, because it may be one of hundreds of bases in the country, but they've become representative, really, of the war, both the military war as well as the information war that India is waging against Pakistan. So I, for one, cannot wait to see what the Prime Minister says. These are unusual times. This is a country at war. We may, of course, have a ceasefire understanding with Pakistan right now, but the two countries are on war alert. We must keep reminding ourselves that the political leadership had directed some of the most audacious long-range offensive strikes inside, our enemy country against our neighbor, something that has never happened before, not even during war. And therefore, for the Prime Minister to speak with the personnel of a base that were front and center in that operation is going to be something I'm very, very interested in, and all of our viewers should be interested too.
Shiv, of course, the Prime Minister there speaking for each and every Indian, talking about how, each and every Indian in the country is eternally grateful to our armed forces for everything that they do for our nation, and of course that they have been doing, particularly over the last 2 weeks, talking about, their courage, their determination, and particularly how fearless the armed forces really are.
It's incredible. I mean, an airbase, most people in our country do not have the privilege of ever visiting an airbase in their lifetime. I've had the unique privilege over the last 20 years of visiting multiple airbases. I've visited the Adampur airbase multiple times as well. It's one of India's largest bases, huge sprawling facility which contains, as we saw in those pictures, MiG-29 fighters. We now know that the S400s are around, no longer a secret. It's been put out there by the Prime Minister himself, even though it won't be somewhere, that they can be detected. And I think the overall sense is that, for a country at war, this is the front line. This is where the men and women, and believe me when I say, I'm not trying to make some kind of separate point, but there are a huge number of women who are on the very front lines of what's happening in Operation Sindur. The Indian Air Force has women fighter pilots. We've got women radar controllers, air traffic controllers, frontline support officials of all kinds in the Indian Air Force. One of the only arms that has women in virtually every role. So this is something to be very, very proud of. India still has a way to go as far as women in frontline roles, but it's something that, remember, it was under the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, that this huge push for gender parity in the armed forces actually happened. So that is going to be something to see as well. And hopefully in the days and the weeks to come, the specific roles of different officials, will come to the fore. I'm sure there will be gallantry decorations that will be handed down, to those who went beyond the call of duty. But the Prime Minister speaking to people at an airbase is always going to be very interesting, because I think it will also give the people of India an insight into how a military base functions. A reminder that people at air bases and military bases across the country are very much people like us, but they have enormously more responsibilities. Their life, frequently exists between life and death. Their daily duties are oftentimes very dangerous. During Operation Sindur, many of these people had to go into harm's way and into the line of fire as well. And therefore, I think when the Prime Minister has spoken to them, visited them, spent time with them, said words to them as part of the speech that will play out right here on NDTV at 3:30 p.m., it is really on behalf of every Indian.
Absolutely, Shiv. All eyes are on that speech of the Prime Minister, the second one in less than 24 hours. We will keep coming back to you. Thank you so much, Shiv. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi visits Adampur Air Base. He interacts with the Indian Air Force personnel at the air base, and of course he will also be making a speech at the Adampur Air Base, which is expected in half an hour's time from now. 3 terrorists have been killed in the Shopian encounter. Forces engaged in gunfight with the terrorists. Shashi Tharoor lauds the efforts of the Prime Minister, says it's the duty of the Prime Minister to speak to his people is crucial at this time of misinformation. Here is images of the Indian strikes, how strikes brought Pakistan to the ceasefire table.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24.
Welcome back. A Sessions Court in Coimbatore has convicted all 9 men accused of sexually assaulting and blackmailing several women in Tamil Nadu's Pollachi. The trial for which had gripped a massive public attention in 2019. The judge found them guilty of gang rape and repeated rape. All 9 convicts have been sentenced to life imprisonment. The case had exposed a chilling pattern of exploitation involving at least 8 women, including a college student. The survivors were sexually assaulted, filmed, and blackmailed for sexual favors and money between 2016 and 2018.
சட்டத்தின் முன் அதாவது சட்டம் தன்னுடைய கடமையை செய்திருக்கிறது. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் அந்த குற்றவாளிகள் யாராக இருந்தாலும் அவர்கள் மேலே கடுமையான நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும் என்பது இதை காட்டுகிறது. இந்த குறிப்பாக சகோதரிகளுக்கு எதிரான குற்றங்கள் அதை ஜீரோ டாலரன்ஸ் ஆக தான் நாம் பார்க்க முடியும். அந்த குற்றவாளிகளுக்கு தண்டனை கொடுப்பதை நான் வரவேற்கிறேன்.
Life imprisonment for all the accused in the case. These are 9 men accused of sexually assaulting and blackmailing several women in Tamil Nadu. Moving on now to more news coming in, and this is in regard to the result that's out today of the CBSE. We're talking about class 10th and class 12th results that are out, and it's again the girls doing better than the boys. 88% students have passed as far as the class 12 exams are concerned. And when it comes to class 10th exams, we're talking about, as particularly in class 12 board exams, it was Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh that has been the best performing district with 99.60% students clearing the crucial examination. Trivandrum has in Kerala has come in number 2, while followed by Chennai and Bengaluru. And we also have Delhi West in the top 5, while the class 10th percentage, as far as the pass percentage is concerned, that's 93.66% this time around, and that is 0.06%, just a wee bit better than 2024. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side with my colleague Kitty. To stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground,
Prime Minister Modi visits Adampur Air Base, interacts with IF personnel in Adampur. Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the IF heroes at 3:30 p.m. 3 terrorists have been killed in the encounter between forces and terrorists in Shopian. Forces were engaged in gunfight with the terrorists. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has spoken exclusively to NDTV on Prime Minister Modi's speech from yesterday. He said it's the duty of Prime Minister to speak to his people and it's crucial at this time of misinformation. CBSE has declared the class 10th and 12th results for this year. Pass percentage is marginally higher than 2024. Prime Minister Modi gives message to students, says stay confident, stay curious. Donald Trump's 4-day Middle East tour begins. US President has landed in Saudi Arabia. He will also be in Qatar as Trump eyes Gulf investments in the US. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We're starting this edition with a top focus. Prime Minister Modi has visited Punjab's Adampur Air Base and interacted with soldiers today in the morning. And this comes just days after India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire. Well, Adampur has been among the Air Force stations that Pakistan attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and 10th. Following India's Operation Sindur. Prime Minister Modi's visit to the Air Force station comes a day after he had praised the country's formidable armed forces. Remember, the situation between the two nations, India and Pakistan, continues to remain sensitive. There has been a ceasefire understanding, but Prime Minister Modi's visit to a critical air base is also not just a morale booster for armed forces, but also a crucial move in reviewing our defense systems. Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the IF heroes from Adampur at 3:30 p.m. This is what we're learning. In just half hour from now, Prime Minister Modi will be speaking, addressing the IF personnel from the Adampur Air Force Base at 3:30 p.m. This is what we are learning. Well, those pictures and videos on your TV screens of Prime Minister Modi while interacting with the soldiers here, the IF personnel at the Adampur Air Base also came out a while back. Prime Minister Modi had visited Adampur Air Base early in the morning, and after which he himself also released these photos of him interacting with the IF personnel at the Air Force Base. All right, my colleague Shiv Aroor also now joining us on the broadcast. Shiv, we are learning now. Prime Minister Modi will be speaking to the IF heroes at 3:30 p.m. That interaction is going to be broadcast at 3:30 p.m. just half hour from now.
That's correct. In about 27 minutes from now is when that broadcast is being made public. Obviously, it's going to be right here on NDTV and our networks. The Prime Minister speaking to the personnel of the Adampur Air Base assumes a huge amount of significance, as we've said since we broke the story first earlier today with those images of him at the Adampur base, because, the two countries are at war. There is a ceasefire understanding that's been entered into by the two sides 4 days ago. But let's be very clear, the Adampur base is part of what is described as a full operational alert of India's entire war machine. And Adampur Air Force Base happens to be an integral part of that. So for Prime Minister Modi to land there today, spend quality time with the air warriors, the commanders at a frontline air base that has been directly involved in flying operations, offensive operations, support operations, and other operations as part of Operation Sindur, is a very, very big message, not only to the rest of India, not only to the people of Adampur's base itself, but an enormous psychological slap, in my view, to Pakistan, which has been investing a huge amount of energy, money, time in trying to misinform the public of Pakistan and the world about some kind of fantasy damage that they have inflicted on the Adampur Air Force Station. But the Prime Minister's presence there has not only busted that misinformation, but has exposed Pakistan to be, a hollow bunch of fantasists who'd rather invest in fooling their domestic audience, keeping their people in the dark, playing the Chinese playbook in terms of, narrative management rather than real operational success at a time when 12 of their air bases literally have holes in them because of Indian missiles. So, we are not the same. And I think that's what the Prime Minister really wants to convey by going there. Have you heard of Asim Munir or the Pakistan Air Force Chief visiting any Air Force base? They're sitting pretty while Prime Minister Modi actually goes there.
Prime Minister Modi actually visiting Adampur, and those photos also that came out, he himself posted those photos later after his visit of an image of a MiG-29 jet, also an intact S400 air defense system in front of, right behind him. That photograph on your TV screen that I'm talking about now, the S400 defense system that Pakistan, of course, has been claiming that there was a significant damage to the S400 system. But that claim also by Pakistan, Shiv, stands debunked. That also, the claim that Pakistan has been making, all the lies it had been peddling, is, the proof is out here. Well, India, of course, had negated all those reports earlier as well. But this visit sends out a strong message in terms of that.
Well, it completely demolishes Pakistani misinformation, which they sort of conjured out of thin air in order to give their domestic audiences this false sense of bravado and hope that they had inflicted damage on an aggressor like India. But that's been completely debunked right now. I'm sure Pakistanis and their information warriors will say, but this is only one picture of an S-400. Where are the others? The point here is that the Prime Minister is not trying to specifically debunk anything. I don't think India needs to get into that kind of information warfare with Pakistan. It just so happens that this visit and every image that's coming out from this visit radiates a demolition of misinformation from Pakistan and exposes Pakistan, as a hollow purveyor of fantasy fiction for its audience. But this is not surprising, and it should not occupy our minds too much because, unlike Pakistan, which is trying to hide the damage at its air bases, is trying to, get Shahid Afridi to go on Vijay Yatras as far as what the Pakistan armed forces have managed. You've got Shehbaz Sharif pretending to be a statesman and taking ownership of this ceasefire and making it seem like the Pakistan military has, performed admirably well. The truth of the matter is just the opposite. And unlike Pakistan, which needs to create facts in order to feel better about its humiliation, India doesn't need to do that. Here, the Prime Minister needs to visit a completely intact operational base where everyone is on duty, professional war duty at this point of time. And in just a few minutes from now, we're all eagerly awaiting to hear the words that the Prime Minister shared with the people who are literally the teeth of India's combat operations against Pakistan.
Yes, Prime Minister Modi himself has given a free hand to the armed forces. He said that they are free to operate and our military establishments are ready in case of any eventuality. Let me go across to my colleague Ishwarya Jain also. Ishwarya, you've been saying, we've been speaking about it earlier as well, that this was a surprise visit of Prime Minister Modi, one that was of course not known, and Prime Minister Modi, visiting the IAF personnel are men and women in uniform at the Adampur air base, sends out a strong messaging. And those videos, of course, also have come out. Prime Minister Modi himself shared more pictures of his visit. So this was something that was not known, but of course comes as a morale booster for our forces.
Well, Prime Minister himself expressed desire to meet the air warriors. It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi for several occasions in the past as well. He's well known for giving surprises, and this time as well it's a surprise visit. And Prime Minister early up in the morning was amongst the technical staff, the pilots from the Indian Air Force who have been deployed at the Adampur Air Base. And of course, it's a symbolic gesture as well. A messaging has been sent across to the across the borders as well, who are sitting, and the surprise is for them as well, as what they have claimed in the past about hitting the airbase, the airstrip, the S400, and all of those claims which had now been completely destroyed as far as the pictures coming out from there. Prime Minister greeting, and we all have seen on the occasions of Diwali, Prime Minister used to go just near the border areas to celebrate Diwali with our armed forces, and this time as well, as it is a successful Operation Sindur, Prime Minister expressed his desire to meet the air warriors. This morning, early up at 7 a.m, he left from the Palam Air Base and reached over there, spent at least 1 hour with the armed, the Indian Air Force officers, and certainly that is a big morale booster.
Absolutely. Well, Prime Minister Modi will also be addressing the Indian Air Force heroes at 3:30 p.m. Just a few minutes left for that. Prime Minister Modi, in his first address also since India's military response after the Pahalgam terror attack, had declared Operation Sindur as a defining shift in India's security doctrine, marking the emergence of a new normal. Well, the Prime Minister had said that while it was true that the present times were not an age of war, this was also not the age of terrorism. Well, Prime Minister Modi in his address yesterday said that India had drawn new red lines on terror emanating from Pakistan, and underlined that India had just suspended Operation Sindur because Pakistan rushed to the world after suffering damage, and that it would closely watch the activities of Pakistan.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे।
All right, so now Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has also spoken to NDTV on Prime Minister Modi's speech from yesterday. He's lauded Prime Minister Modi's efforts and said that India had handled the situation quite well on the Indo-Pakistan tensions, and he has given full marks to Operation Sindur. Listen in.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaging with the nation through his address to the nation. Do you think it was needed?
Yeah.
And particularly at a time when there's a lot of misinformation and also some kind of narrative setting which is happening by the Pakistanis and the Western media?
I think certainly it's always needed. I think it's a duty of a Prime Minister to speak to his people from time to time. He does this monthly broadcast on Man Ki Baat, but that's not really topical, urgent, critical stuff. It's more reflective in general. I think that actually coming on television, looking the nation square in the eye and talking about the big issues on the top of their minds is always important. Whether it was COVID, whether it's war, we needed him to do that, so I'm glad he did it. The question of the narrative, I don't think that he particularly addressed the other people's narrative at all. He talked about what we were trying to do, what we believe we've accomplished, and how determined we are in the future. That message is good. I don't think there was anything terribly new or surprising. Certainly people like us who've been following Indian policy have been saying more or less all of this. I was very pleased to see one of my lines that caught the attention of his speechwriters, because he used it when I said that the Prime Minister had said this is not an era of war, and I had added in my Indian Express article 2 weeks ago, but it is not an era of terrorism either. That line made it to the PM speech, so I felt chuffed about that. I mean, that's also a right message, right? But anyway, to cut a long story short, I will say that the PM should do this. He should do it every time there's a moment of crisis. But as far as the global narrative is concerned, there are people below his level who should be doing it. The global narrative is shaped by various factors. It is shaped by the interests and the self-interests of governments, and by the interests and the proclivities of the media organizations. And if it so happens that there are some media organizations that have a habit of inviting a lot more Pakistani guests than they invite ours, you will get a particular point of view. And at the same time, if there are media organizations that are willing to give us the time and space to be heard, we should leap onto those, because we cannot entirely rely on the fact that we've issued the right statements from here. Are people hearing them in their own countries, in their own languages, and their own TV stations? These are important issues.
And do you think, Dr. Tharoor, that the way Prime Minister and his government handled this entire crisis, including the communication, I will not call narrative, which is increasingly becoming a much contested word, including the communication to the larger world and people, Indian people, that was largely in the right direction?
Look, I think that the overall crisis was handled extremely well. I have gone on record as saying that I thought Operation Sindur, from the naming to the presentation to the conduct, everything I gave full marks to. I mean, I really like the fact that we hit the terrorist bases. We did so at night when there were very few civilians likely to be wandering about, so no collateral damage. We were very precise in our targeting. I'm told we hit a specific building inside the LET compound. I like that. I thought that sending the message that, look, in Kargil, we never even crossed the LOC, even though it cost us lives. In Uri, we crossed the LOC. In Balakot, we crossed the international border. And today, after Pahalgam, we are now hitting you in your heartland. So be prepared that we are not prepared to take any more of this. The more you do, the more consequences you're going to face. I think all that messaging was very clear, and the Pakistanis have got the message. Did the world community get the message? Not unchallenged, because the Pakistanis were going around telling everybody, oh my gosh, the Indians are a rogue state. We did nothing. They were attacking us without any provocation. And when we say, but look at this Pahalgam, they say, we didn't do Pahalgam. Where is the evidence? And indeed, many foreign interviewers are badgering us to say, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence? To which all we could say is, where was the evidence that Osama bin Laden was there until they found him? You know, where was the evidence that they had done 26/11 until Qasab was captured alive? The problem is denial is the Pakistani modus operandi. So I have no doubt that a meticulously planned operation like this came out of a sophisticated military headquarters. It's not some random, crazy doing something. But I believe that though we have paused this operation now, and this pause will last long, I believe that we still have to go after the individuals who perpetrated Pahalgam. We seem to have identified 3 of the 4 of them by name. We have to go after them and get them. And that, whatever it takes, however long it takes, is something that is indispensable for India's self-respect to achieve.
All right, that was a special conversation with Dr. Shashi Tharoor there. Now, even as India-Pakistan tensions have de-escalated following the ceasefire agreement, now politics over Operation Sindur has also started. The opposition has demanded a special parliamentary session, especially Congress party demanding clarity on US claims of having mediated the ceasefire. Well, Congress has also put up posters of late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi lauding her role in the 1971 India-Pakistan war. Listen in to more reactions coming in.
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है. मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए. अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है, जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है. ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं. 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए. अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा, मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी यहाँ से विशेष सत्र पार्लियामेंट का हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है, ये वालों ने डेप्थ डिस्कशन सीरियस इशू है तो सदन में लेना मुश्किल होता है। मिनिस्टर को भी सब डिस्कस करना इतना आसान नहीं कि फायदे की बात नहीं है।
Prime Minister should have answered certain pertinent questions which Prime Minister evaded. How the Pahalgam terror attack took place? What was the lapse on our part? Prime Minister did not refer to it. And after that, Sindur operation, Prime Minister was making big claims, okay. But ceasefire, how ceasefire has been agreed? What was the role played by America? Even now, America claims many things. It is because of Donald Trump and American administration, both India and Pakistan agreed for ceasefire. And what is the truth?
देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने 140 करोड़ आवाम को संबोधित करते हुए सीधा और कड़ा संदेश दिया है। इसमें साफ कह दिया है कि टेररिज्म पर कोई समझौता होने वाला नहीं। युद्ध स्थगित हुआ है, रुका नहीं है। जैसी भाषा में पाकिस्तान समझेगा उसको जवाब मिलेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेलिंग नहीं चलेगी।
While the Prime Minister is ready to talk to every world leader about Pakistan, he should also address his own countrymen and the other political parties within the country. It has been over a fortnight and the Prime Minister chooses monologues over a dialogue with his fellow countrymen and the political parties. The Congress party has been very clear in its stand. We will stand by the government for any decisive decision it takes with respect to the interest of the country and the countrymen.
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They are talking about how there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not. This is not time for that. For the poster for Indira Gandhi. So some questions rise because we put the poster. Why the POK came after the war? Why we are not acquire the POK? What about the in Bombay incident? Our more than 300 people dead in the Bombay incident. Why there is no action? Modi taking immediate action. So this question will be raised. Many questions regarding that Indira Gandhi period and Sindhu water dispute. Why that continuing same thing? After Modi, it stopped now. So all the questions are with the Congress also. But this is the not time. This is the not time. Where only time is support to our armed force.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Three terrorists were killed in Shopian encounter. Forces engaged in gunfights with terrorists. Clearest images of Indian strikes on Pakistan and POK accessed exclusively. Nine people are convicted in the Polachi sex assault case in Coimbatore. And CBSE has declared Class 12 board exam result. Overall pass percentage is 88.39%. marginally up from last year.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shiv Aroor, only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you.
Welcome back after the break. 3 terrorists were gunned down in an encounter with security forces in Jammu Kashmir Shopian. Well, another terrorist is believed to be present in the area. The encounter initially began in Kulgam and then shifted to a forest area in Shopian. Security personnel have been fighting the terrorists for about 2 hours, more than 2 hours now. And security forces also intercepted the terrorists following an intel input. The timing of this encounter is significant because it comes in the aftermath of Operation Sindur. We're slipping into a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
After days of shutdown, schools and colleges in non-border districts of Jammu Kashmir have reopened today. Meanwhile, border districts stay shut due to security concerns. All schools and colleges, except those in border areas, have reopened in Jammu Kashmir following a temporary closure because of heightened tension along the border.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam.
Welcome back after the break. Prime Minister Modi today visited Punjab's Adampur Air Base and interacted with the soldiers just days after India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire. Adampur was among the Air Force stations that Pakistan had attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and May 10th following India's Operation Sindur. Well, the Prime Minister's visit to the Air Force station also comes just a day after he had praised the country's formidable armed forces following a successful Operation Sindur. Those videos and photographs on your TV screens there of Prime Minister Modi visiting the Adampur Air Base and interacting with the soldiers there. Remember, the situation between the two nations, India, Pakistan, remains sensitive. There is a ceasefire understanding in place, and Prime Minister Modi's visit to a critical air base is, of course, something that's been seen as a morale booster for armed forces. Also, it's seen as a crucial move in reviewing our defense systems. All right, my colleague Shiv Aroor also continues to be with us on the broadcast here. We understand, Shiv, in just all right, Prime Minister Modi is speaking at the moment. Let's step in.
माता की इस जयघोष की ताकत अभी अभी दुनिया ने देखी है। भारत माता की जय ये सिर्फ उद्घोष नहीं है, ये देश के हर उस सैनिक की शपथ है जो मां भारती की मान मर्यादा के लिए जान की बाजी लगा देता है। ये देश के हर उस नागरिक की आवाज है जो देश के लिए जीना चाहता है, कुछ कर गुजरना चाहता है। भारत माता की जय मैदान में भी गूंजती है और मिशन में भी। जब भारत के सैनिक मां भारती की जय बोलते हैं तो दुश्मन के कलेजे कांप जाते हैं। ये सैनिक मां भारती की जय बोलते हैं तो दुश्मन के कलेजे कांप जाते हैं। जब हमारे ड्रोन जब हमारी मिसाइलें सनसनाती हुई निशाने पर पहुंचती हैं तो दुश्मन को सुनाई देता है भारत माता की जय। जब रात के अंधेरे में भी जब हम सूरज उगा देते हैं तो दुश्मन को दिखाई देता है भारत माता की जय। जब हमारी फौजें न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की धमकी की हवा निकाल देती हैं तो आकाश से पाताल तक एक ही बात गूंजती है भारत माता की जय। साथियों, वाकई आप सभी ने कोटि कोटि भारतीयों का सीना चौड़ा कर दिया है। हर भारतीय का माथा गर्व से ऊंचा कर दिया है। आपने इतिहास रच दिया है। और मैं आज सुबह सुबह आपके बीच आया हूं आपके दर्शन करने के लिए। जब वीरों के पैर धरती पर पड़ते हैं तो धरती धन्य हो जाती है। जब वीरों के दर्शन का अवसर मिलता है तो जीवन धन्य हो जाता है। और इसलिए मैं आज सुबह सुबह ही आपके दर्शन करने के लिए यहां पहुंचा। आज से अनेक दशक बाद भी जब भारत के इस पराक्रम की चर्चा होगी तो उसके सबसे प्रमुख अध्याय आप और आपके साथी होंगे। आप सभी वर्तमान के साथ ही देश की आने वाली पीढ़ियों की और उनके लिए भी नई प्रेरणा बन गए हैं। मैं वीरों की इस धरती से आज एयरफोर्स, नेवी और आर्मी के सभी जाबाजों, बीएसएफ के अपने शूरवीरों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। आपके पराक्रम की वजह से आज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की गूंज हर कोने में सुनाई दे रही है। इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कोई सामान्य सैन्य अभियान नहीं है। ये भारत की नीति, नियत और निर्णायक क्षमता की त्रिवेणी है। भारत बुद्ध की भी धरती है और गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी की भी धरती है। गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी ने कहा था, 1.25 लाख से एक लड़ाऊं, चिड़ियन ते मैं बात तुड़ाऊं, तबे गुरु गोविंद सिंह नाम कहाऊं। अधर्म के नाश और धर्म की स्थापना के लिए शस्त्र उठाना, ये हमारी परंपरा है। इसलिए जब हमारी बहनों, बेटियों का सिंदूर छीना गया, तो हमने आतंकियों के फन को उनके घर में घुस के कुचल दिया। भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की! वो कायरों की तरह छिप कर आए थे, लेकिन भूल गए उन्होंने जिसे ललकारा है वो हिंद की सेना है। आपने उन्हें सामने से हमला करके मारा। आपने आतंक के तमाम बड़े अड्डों को मिट्टी में मिला दिया। 9 आतंकी ठिकाने बर्बाद हुए। 100 से ज्यादा आतंकियों की मौत हुई। आतंक के आकाओं को अब समझ आ गया है, भारत की ओर नजर उठाने का एक ही अंजाम होगा, तबाही। भारत में निर्दोष लोगों का खून बहाने का एक ही अंजाम होगा, विनाश और महाविनाश। जिस पाकिस्तानी सेना के भरोसे ये आतंकी बैठे थे, भारत की सेना, भारत की एयरफोर्स और भारत की नेवी ने उस पाकिस्तानी सेना को भी धूल चटा दी है।
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय!
आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी। कौशल दिखलाया चालों में, कौशल दिखलाया चालों में, उड़ गया भयानक भालों में, निर्भीक गया वह ढालों में, सरपट दौड़ा करवालों में। ये पंक्तियां महाराणा प्रताप के प्रसिद्ध घोड़े चेतक पर लिखी गई है, लेकिन ये पंक्तियां आज के आधुनिक भारतीय हथियारों पर भी फिट बैठती है। मेरे वीर साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से आपने देश का आत्मबल बढ़ाया है, देश को एकता के सूत्र में बांधा है और आपने भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा की है। भारत के स्वाभिमान को नई ऊंचाई दी है। साथियों, आपने वो किया जो अभूतपूर्व है, अकल्पनीय है, अद्भुत है। हमारी एयरफोर्स ने पाकिस्तान में इतना डीप आतंक के अड्डों को टारगेट किया, सिर्फ 20-25 मिनट के भीतर सीमा पार लक्ष्यों को भेदना, बिल्कुल पिन पॉइंटेड टारगेट्स को हिट करना, ये सिर्फ एक मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस प्रोफेशनल फोर्स ही कर सकती है। आपकी स्पीड और प्रिसीजन इस लेवल की थी कि दुश्मन हक्का बक्का रह गया। उसको पता ही नहीं चला कि कब उसका सीना छलनी हो गया। साथियों, हमारा लक्ष्य पाकिस्तान के अंदर टेरर हेडक्वार्टर्स को हिट करने का था, आतंकियों को हिट करने का था, लेकिन पाकिस्तान ने अपने यात्री विमानों को सामने करके जो साजिश की रची, मैं कल्पना कर सकता हूं वो पल कितना कठिन होगा जब सिविलियन एयरक्राफ्ट दिख रहा है। और मुझे गर्व है आपने बहुत सावधानी से, बहुत सतर्कता से सिविलियन एयरक्राफ्ट को नुकसान किए बिना कमाल करके दिखाया, उसका जवाब दे दिया आपने। मैं गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं कि आप सभी अपने लक्ष्यों पर बिल्कुल खरे उतरे हैं। पाकिस्तान में आतंकी ठिकानों और उनके एयरबेस ही तबाह नहीं हुए, बल्कि उनके नापाक इरादे और उनके दुस्साहस दोनों की हार हुई है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए। पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन, उसके यूएवी, पाकिस्तान के एयरक्राफ्ट और उसकी मिसाइलें हमारे सशक्त एयर डिफेंस के सामने सबके सब ढेर हो गए। मैं देश के सभी एयरबेस से जुड़ी लीडरशिप की, भारतीय वायुसेना के हर एयर वॉरियर की हृदय से सराहना करता हूं। आपने वाकई बहुत शानदार काम किया है। साथियों, आतंक के विरुद्ध भारत की लक्ष्मण रेखा अब एकदम स्पष्ट है। अब फिर कोई टेरर अटैक हुआ तो भारत जवाब देगा, पक्का जवाब देगा। ये हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, एयर स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, और अब तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत का न्यू नॉर्मल है। और जैसा मैंने कल भी कहा, भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। दुनिया भी भारत के इस नए रूप को, इस नई व्यवस्था को समझते हुए ही आगे बढ़ रही है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का एक एक क्षण भारत की सेनाओं के सामर्थ्य की गवाही देता है। इस दौरान हमारी सेनाओं का कोऑर्डिनेशन वाकई में कहूंगा शानदार था। आर्मी हो, नेवी हो या एयरफोर्स, सबका तालमेल बहुत जबरदस्त था। नेवी ने समुद्र पर अपना दबदबा बनाया, सेना ने बॉर्डर पर मजबूती दी और भारतीय वायुसेना ने अटैक भी किया और डिफेंड भी किया। बीएसएफ और दूसरे बलों ने भी अद्भुत क्षमताओं का प्रदर्शन किया है। इंटीग्रेटेड एयर एंड लैंड कॉम्बैट सिस्टम ने शानदार काम किया है और यही तो है जॉइंटनेस। ये अब भारतीय सेनाओं के सामर्थ्य की एक मजबूत पहचान बन चुकी है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में मैन पावर के साथ ही मशीन का कोऑर्डिनेशन भी अद्भुत रहा है। भारत के पारंपरिक एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम हो, जिन्होंने अनेक लड़ाइयां देखी हैं, या फिर आकाश जैसे हमारे मेड इन इंडिया प्लेटफॉर्म हो, इनको S400 जैसे आधुनिक और सशक्त डिफेंस सिस्टम ने अभूतपूर्व मजबूती दी है। एक मजबूत सुरक्षा कवच भारत की पहचान बन चुकी है। पाकिस्तान की लाख कोशिश के बाद भी हमारे एयरबेस हो या फिर हमारे दूसरे डिफेंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इन पर आंच तक नहीं आई और इसका श्रेय आप सभी को जाता है और मुझे गर्व है आप सब पर। बॉर्डर पर तैनात हर सैनिक को जाता है। इस ऑपरेशन से जुड़े हर व्यक्ति को उसका श्रेय जाता है। साथियों, आज हमारे पास नई और कटिंग एज टेक्नोलॉजी का ऐसा सामर्थ्य है जिसका पाकिस्तान मुकाबला नहीं कर सकता। बीते दशक में एयरफोर्स सहित हमारी सभी सेनाओं के पास दुनिया की श्रेष्ठ टेक्नोलॉजी पहुंची है, लेकिन हम सब जानते हैं नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ चुनौतियां भी उतनी ही बड़ी होती है। कॉम्प्लिकेटेड और सोफिस्टिकेटेड सिस्टम को मेंटेन करना, उन्हें एफिशिएंसी के साथ ऑपरेट करना, एक बहुत बड़ी स्किल है। आपने टेक को टैक्टिक्स से जोड़कर दिखा दिया है। आपने सिद्ध कर दिया है कि आप इस गेम में दुनिया में बेहतरीन है। भारत की वायुसेना अब सिर्फ हथियारों से ही नहीं, डेटा और ड्रोन से भी दुश्मन को छकाने में माहिर हो गई है। साथियों, पाकिस्तान की गुहार के बाद भारत ने सिर्फ अपनी सैन्य कार्रवाई को स्थगित किया है। अगर पाकिस्तान ने फिर से आतंकी गतिविधि या सैन्य दुस्साहस दिखाया तो हम उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे। ये जवाब अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने तरीके से देंगे और इस निर्णय की आधारशिला इसके पीछे छिपा विश्वास आप सबका धैर्य, शौर्य, साहस और सजगता है। आपको ये हौसला, ये जुनून, ये जज्बा ऐसे ही बरकरार रखना है। हमें लगातार मुस्तैद रहना है, हमें तैयार रहना है, हमें दुश्मन को याद दिलाते रहना है, ये नया भारत है। ये भारत शांति चाहता है, लेकिन अगर मानवता पर हमला होता है तो ये भारत युद्ध के मोर्चे पर दुश्मन को मिट्टी में मिलाना भी अच्छी तरह जानता है। इसी संकल्प के साथ आइए एक बार फिर बोलें, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
So you've just heard the Prime Minister there concluding his address as he was addressing the Jawans and the forces at the Adampur Air Base. This, remember, is one of the important forward air bases that India has always been very, very important. And if you just look at the picture and the tone and tenor of what the Prime Minister has said, it makes it absolutely clear that the Prime Minister again is reinforcing what he said just about 24 hours ago. For the second time in the last 24 hours, the Prime Minister reiterating that this is the new normal, that especially countries like Pakistan, who wanted to foment terror and much else, should be well aware of. He also does say that our intention was only and only to eliminate the terror hotbed, something that we have done, and we've done that with precision. The message is loud and clear. He said just within 25 to 30 minutes, we struck terror targets deep in Pakistan, and clearly the message to Pakistan is loud and clear that you need to be wary of this new India that is willing to cross the red lines. We won't stop at the POK. We are not stopping at Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. We will go into your heartland if you look at our country and if you cause any harm. The Prime Minister has also used this opportunity, in fact, to praise all the warriors of the Indian Air Force for their bravery. And he said that I thank all of you for your contribution, for responding in kind to Pakistan. And this, remember, also comes at a point where there has been a lot of fake news factory that was essentially pushed by Pakistan, talking of destruction, quote-unquote destruction at the Adampur Air Base. But the Prime Minister, in his own style and method, has given a befitting response to Pakistan and even the world across. So those were just a quick check of what the Prime Minister has said. Let's also get you a roundup of all the top stories we're tracking for you on top of the show at 4. The Prime Minister has addressed the Air Force heroes at Adampur, and he says, you have created history. There is no place in Pakistan now, the Prime Minister says, that is safe for terrorists anymore. Three terrorists have been neutralized in the Shopian encounter. Forces engaged in the gunfight with these terrorists earlier today. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor is speaking to NDTV, and he is responding to what the Prime Minister said just about late last night. He says it's a duty of the Prime Minister to speak to his people, and crucial at this time of misinformation. The CBSE has declared the class 10th and 12th results. The pass percentage is marginally higher than last year. The girls yet again have outshined the boys, and the Prime Minister also has a message for the students. He says, stay confident, stay curious. Donald Trump is on his 4-day Middle East tour that now has begun. The US President earlier has landed in Saudi Arabia. He's also going to be in the UAE and Qatar as Trump eyes Gulf investments in the US. So the Prime Minister, remember, is giving all the credit to our Veers, to our brave hearts. And he says that he actually came to see them who actually have made the country very, very proud. He was earlier at the Adampur Air Base. On your screen, some more images of the moments that he spent with them after he's also addressed them. We'll get you highlights of that in just a moment. But let me also tell you what has the Prime Minister said. He said that we crushed terrorists in their own home. We took them head on. About 100 terrorists have been neutralized. He says to fight evil is our religion. He's invoked Maharana Pratap, Guru Gobind Singh, and he's also said that the masterminds of terror now know that if you try to attack us, you will only and only be facing destruction. So this is yet again a strong message from the Prime Minister signaling our intent, where he says that there is no place in Pakistan where terrorists can hide, not even the Punjab province, not even a Bahawalpur, not even a Muridke. Let's get in our colleague Shiv, who's been tracking that story, getting us a lot of insights, and he joins us live on this edition of the news from Srinagar. You know, Shiv, this is the second strike from the Prime Minister in just the last 24 hours, and much as well, even the symbolism. The Prime Minister there at the Adampur Air Base with the S400 that you see behind him, and a clear messaging. I think without naming Pakistan like that, he's responded to Pakistan in more ways than one.
You know, this was signature Modi playing to his strengths in his comfort zone with the armed forces, which he loves very much. You know, sending out the kind of powerful message that only someone like a Narendra Modi can. You know, he invoked the fact that this is a land of Buddha, but it's also the land of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. He said that, you know, Op Sindur is the new normal. He said that Pakistan will have to spend an eternity of sleepless nights if it even dreams of provoking India again in the manner that it did in Pahalgam. He enunciated, Deepthi, three you know, new principles that have become the rules of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned. He said, principle number 1, any terror attack will be responded to at a time and place of India's choosing, but there will be a response. No terror attack will be ignored. Number 2, nuclear blackmail will never ever again be an issue for India to attack Pakistan, as it has demonstrated with Operation Sindur. And finally, most importantly and most key, that India will not differentiate between the terrorists and their sponsors. Basically saying that if a terror attack happens, India reserves the right to attack military installations, military targets, and government targets within Pakistan, which is precisely what Operation Sindur was. And as he said, it is the new normal, and he meant it. But the other words, you know, which were much more of an emotional and tributary nature, I think were equally important, Deepthi, where he paid tribute out. He said that he has come for the darshan of the air warriors. He confirmed what most people have been speculating about the Adampur Air Force staff's, front and center role in Operation Sindur, including pilots in aircraft, radar controllers, target specialists, early warning specialists, all of them, in those huge crowds listening to Prime Minister Modi. And of course, the icing on the cake in some ways, was the Prime Minister making that speech from in front of an S400, which all of us are seeing for the first time. No public images of the S400 before this. And therefore, many different messages going out. One, as a warning to Pakistan. Two, as a line in the sand as far as terrorists are concerned. And three, also, that Pakistan can live in its fantasy world as far as misinformation is concerned, but that Adampur, an airbase that Pakistan sought to attack, and when it couldn't attack, sought to misinform its public that it had attacked, is alive and well and ready to jump back into operations in a few minutes if necessary, if Pakistan provokes it. That was the amazing message from Prime Minister Modi, Deepthi.
Oh yes, and Shiv, I'll also take this opportunity to say good evening to both Sajjan Kumar, who's a political analyst, and Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi, who's a defense expert, both with us on the show. And gentlemen, with your permission, I want to take another quick question now with Shiv, and then we'll come back to this conversation because he's on ground zero. He's been tracking everything for us. Shiv, the timing is very, very important. When the Prime Minister decided to speak yesterday, he has multiple layers of messaging, not just to tell us that this is the new Modi doctrine. He has a message for those who still believe that Kashmir is on the table, and he made it very clear that forget that. We'll talk to Pakistan, but we'll talk about POK, and we will speak about terror. He also has a message for all of us who've been really looking at how far can India go. And he said, we came this far, but do not think that this operation is over. This is just a pause. To him now, going to the forces, how do you see in the next few days to weeks, the story moving ahead, keeping in mind that this is a Pakistan that absolutely cannot be trusted?
Unlike previous occasions, Deepthi, and I'm glad you asked that question, India does not have to fall back on, warnings or, saying that if you do this, then we will do this. The Prime Minister has literally made 2 speeches, in less than 24 hours, just 4 days after Indian BrahMos and Scalp missiles landed in 12 Pakistan Air Force bases. So, this is not even rhetoric. There is no semantics here. The proof of the pudding is on the runways and the tarmacs and the hangars of all of these Pakistan Air Force bases. So, if anyone has any doubts that Prime Minister Modi and India as a nation is speaking through him from a position of strength, that should be set aside completely. Because the Modi doctrine, as you referred to it, which is that India treats every terror attack as an act of war, that India does not care about the nuclear umbrella and nuclear blackmail, and that the military and terrorists are one and the same when a terrorist attack happens, that doctrine is already in force. It's not like a flag being waved by Modi saying, the next time this happens, then we will do this. That has literally happened in the week gone by. And every one of the people at the Adampur Air Force Station, Deepthi, listening to Prime Minister Modi, knows it because they have literally been the executors of the Modi doctrine this time. And that's what makes this speech so powerful.
Absolutely. Shiv, I'll let you go only for the moment and we'll keep coming back to you. In the meantime, let me go back to both Sajjan Kumar and Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi. General V.K. Chaturvedi, to you, sir, first. How do you read, how do you analyze what has happened vis-a-vis Pakistan and India's response so far?
It has been a tremendous performance by our armed forces. Not only the armed forces, I'll say the people of India. They have stood together with the armed forces. Armed forces have acted in most professional manner, in most ethical manner. When they targeted on 6th and 7th night these places, the terrorist camp, thereafter they made it very, very clear that our aim was to destroy the terrorist camp and kill those terrorists who have caused that unbearable pain to each and every Indian on that 22nd April at Pahalgam. That incident was most deplorable, abhorrible. I think it was heinous, dastardly, what all the adjectives fall short of actually describing that incident when you ask a man his religion and then kill him. And killing some of those couples who had gone for their honeymoon just 7-8 days into their married life. This was unpardonable sin that Pakistan committed, and they needed to be punished in the harshest manner. That's what was done. Thereafter, on 6th, 7th night, we attacked them, pinpoint, precision strike, no collateral damage. We only hit where these terrorists were hiding or their infrastructure was existing. Made it clear on 7th by our Foreign Secretary what was our intention and why we responded in this manner, and also made it very clear that our response has been measured, proportionate, non-escalatory, and responsible. These were the 4 words which describe our response, but thereafter, this failed nation and the rogue army dared to side with the terrorists and tried to send the missiles and drones to damage our infrastructure, damage our military bases and all. India had no choice. India is a strong armed forces, a very strong nation, led by an equally strong leader, which means business, which means good for the nation, and is capable of protecting the sovereignty and integrity of the nation, and also the well-being of our people. And that's why we responded in such a manner that Pakistan will remember for its life.
Yes.
We destroyed the 11 airfields. We destroyed Malid also. One is not very sure whether it was through the naval action or the air action, but definitely the results were there for every one of us.
Yes, there has been destruction, sir, and that is the reason why you have seen a Pakistan rattled. But look at the response, Sajjan, of how an India responds and how a Pakistan responds. Here, right from people who are in charge of operations to putting out proof of a before and after, showing us evidence that this is where we've struck and these were terror camps, to the Prime Minister not wasting an opportunity to speak to the audience, to speak to his constituents here back home and a larger messaging to the world, to even reaching out to the forces to boost their morale.
Yes, precisely, and PM Modi himself says that he is paying a tribute to the professionalism and the valor and courage of the Indian forces. But more importantly was, the catchphrase, if you see, it was not just, he was trying to address or boost the morale or pay his gratitude to the Indian defense personnel, but rather he was laying down a foundation when he said that it's Operation Sindur is a new normal in new India. So thereby he was also trying to, in a way, consolidate the new will, the collective will of the nation. The collective will of the new India, wherein India is willing to cross the Rubicons in terms of not being always restrained by retaliating when being attacked, but rather going for the strategy of offensive defense. This is one. 2, also, it was something wherein entire nation's will, collective will, is quite relatable with the leaderships, wherein the faith in the leader, that we the people, the phrase, can be redefined, wherein you find the leader and the people, the state and the society, they all were in sync in terms of entering into 21st century, be it about the new warfare. When he said that this is not the time for war, but this is also not the time to remain passive vis-a-vis terror attack. And that is why Prime Minister Modi's doctrine, if you see, the new India and new normal, it is about a new collective will, wherein the collective psyche wants India's defense and security to play a proactive and offensive role rather than being the recipient and then responding. And that is how you see, this is where Prime Minister Modi's own location, his own social and political capital of immense relatability. this is where he carries the nation in a professional and a very transparent and relatable manner, compared to a state wherein you find Pakistan, etc. It's all propaganda based on the lies and etc. So that way, what I find really fascinating about the address was the immense relatability. When PM speaks, he is giving the details of the operation. He is naming the kind of the tact and technologies, their uses, paying the gratitude, but it was done in such a relatable language that besides the professional experts, you also find ordinary and generic Indians feeling quite relatable, and the message resonates with them. So that is why India has crossed the Rubicon, and this willingness to cross the Rubicon and not being restrained, as has been the collective frustration, a sense of that is something that is new about PM Modi's address, that we the people is now quite addressing the collective intent as addressed by Modi, wherein you have to go for, rather than defensive offense, you are going for the offensive defense strategy. Yes.
And Sajjan, I'm so glad that you've touched upon this point, because this helps me frame the next part of the question before I get in Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi. Because the point is, you're speaking of the will of the nation. This was the mood of the nation, that let's go to any length this time, but we need to ensure that there is never another Pahalgam. This is our moment. We do not care about what an America might think. We do not care about what an EU might think. We do not care about absolutely anyone right now, because these are our citizens. And right from, calling this operation an Operation Sindur, to addressing the fact that we need to do a lot more in terms of our own capabilities and to go deep into the heart of Pakistan. I think right from the start, the intent, the message was very clear, and this has kind of galvanized the entire country to come together as one. Sajjan.
Yes, precisely, and that is where you do not see leaders, taking decision at the people. It is about you take the decision in a professional manner, but what an amazing, kind of way wherein the professional decisions have immense, relatability with the collective psyche of the people, the very clamoring of justice, clamoring of retaliatory action against the heinous act. And that is something which was synchronized. And therein, when he addresses the general public, as he did yesterday, or when he goes to the, to address the Indian defense personals who participated and made this valorous act possible, this brings every aspect of Indianness together, and that is where you find a leader transcends into the statesmanship wherein the legitimacy in the system, in the security and the faith and the sense of pride percolates down to each and every being. And that is why I see the generic message, the generic sense of, collective psyche is satiated, and therein you feel a sense of pride that not only it was not just a revenge, but it was a justice. And you also feel pride of the leadership of the Air Force, the defense, the Navy, the diplomacy. And that way, this is the moment wherein you feel that, yes, there is a paradigm shift into the policy, and that paradigm shift is articulated in very simple manner, that there cannot be talk with terrorism, there cannot be trade with terrorism, and there cannot be blood and water flowing together. India cannot sit passively to respond only when being attacked, but rather it has a right. And then addressing the global audience also, and unambiguously declaring India's intent that we are going to fight at our own will, in our own way, at a time we choose, rather than others who dictate the terms to us. So these are the things, mind it is going to stay with the people. People are going to remember it, they are going to internalize it. And this is the moment wherein you see a statesman Modi, and wherein he brings entire country together and makes them clear and submits to them the directional change that has happened just now with the valor and everything. And that is why I said, we the people needs to be redefined, that new India, new normal is also among a new psyche of the collective Indianness.
Yes, yes. I think, Sajjan, you've just put this out so very well and so very effectively, and I'm glad you've done that. Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi, sir, there is another aspect. Nuclear blackmail is something that the Prime Minister spoke about yesterday. The Prime Minister has reiterated that message today. And I don't recall, leaders in recent times who've actually crossed that line to speak about nuclear blackmail as such. So for a leader from a stage speaking to not just Pakistan, but to the world over, that next time, Pakistan inflicts harm on us just because it is a nuclear armed state, you cannot ask us to dial down tensions.
Very well brought out. Nuclear blackmail since 1999 Kargil.
Yes.
At that point of time also we were both nuclear powers, and a lot of talks were there that both countries are nuclear, and therefore we laid lot of restrictions on our own self. We did not cross the LC. Our Air Force did not cross the airspace, violated the Air Force airspace. But this time, our Prime Minister, in no uncertain term, has made it clear that this nuclear bluff will not hold anymore. We will do whatever is right for it, and it has been done. You see it, what Shiv was talking in the beginning, that what last week, whatever the Prime Minister defined yesterday as a doctrine has already been done. We crossed the international boundary, which we had never done it earlier. We hit Bahawalpur, we hit all the air bases of Pakistan. And also, initially, we were only hitting the terrorist camp and we made it very clear that these are the terrorist camps which we want to hit because they have caused damage to our people. But when they retaliated, then there was no Lakshman Rekha. India went all out to cause the heaviest damage. I think Pakistan will remember for a long time the way it has been plundered, I'll just say that word, with our firepower. And all the aircrafts, their drones and missiles were made ineffective by our air defense system.
Oh, yes.
So is not known about our artillery, which has done a lot of damage in 15 core and 16 core area. The rockets, the medium guns have totally plundered some of the posts. Even the gun positions have been plundered. This will all come later. But I can only say that one is very proud of our leadership, our political total cabinet, and the people of India who stood very, very strongly with the nation.
And and our forces, not to forget, our forces that actually are there ensuring that we all stay safe. And this is a leader who's actually gone amongst them today to not just say thank you, but also I think to boost their morale, to tell them that I am here, I will always watch your back. So I think it's not just the political will, but the military might of a country that gets together. And like Sajjan said, when you internalize this is how you have an India in totality, gentlemen, responding to Pakistan and the terror state. It's been a fascinating conversation, only for want of time. I'm thanking both of you right now for speaking to us. But just in case you're tuning into the broadcast, I want to get you highlights, just a couple of highlights of the Prime Minister's big address at the Adampur Air Base, where the Prime Minister has once again warned Pakistan.
इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है। आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी। आतंक के विरुद्ध भारत की लक्ष्मण रेखा अब एकदम स्पष्ट है। अब फिर कोई टेरर अटैक हुआ तो भारत जवाब देगा, पक्का जवाब देगा। ये हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, एयर स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, और अब तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत का न्यू नॉर्मल है। और जैसा मैंने कल भी कहा, भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। दुनिया भी भारत के इस नए रूप को, इस नई व्यवस्था को समझते हुए ही आगे बढ़ रही है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए।
So that is the Prime Minister's unequivocal message going out here again. But do remember, we as a country today have stood with the government, whether it is the opposition, whether it's absolutely anyone. Everyone has commended the government for the kind of action we have taken. Now, Congress's Shashi Tharoor is no different. He's had this exclusive conversation with NDTV where he's lauding the Prime Minister's efforts, and he says that it's good that the Prime Minister has spoken to the people, and he also does say that India has handled the situation very well.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaging with the nation through his address to the nation. Do you think it was needed?
Yeah.
And particularly at a time when there's a lot of misinformation and also some kind of narrative setting which is happening by the Pakistanis and the Western media?
I think certainly it's always needed. I think it's a duty of a Prime Minister to speak to his people from time to time. He does this monthly broadcast on Mann Ki Baat, but that's not really topical, urgent, critical stuff. It's more reflective in general. I think that actually coming on television, looking the nation square in the eye and talking about the big issues on the top of their minds is always important. Whether it was COVID, whether it's war, we needed him to do that, so I'm glad he did it. The question of the narrative, I don't think that he particularly addressed the other people's narrative at all. He talked about what we were trying to do, what we believe we've accomplished, and how determined we are in the future. That message is good. I don't think there was anything terribly new or surprising. Certainly people like us who've been following Indian policy have been saying more or less all of this. I was very pleased to see one of my lines had caught the attention of his speechwriters because he used it. When I said that the Prime Minister had said this is not an era of war, and I had added in my Indian Express article 2 weeks ago, but it is not an era of terrorism either. That line made it to the PM's speech, so I felt chuffed about that. I mean, that's also a right message, right? But anyway, to cut a long story short, I will say that the PM should do this. He should do it every time there's a moment of crisis. But as far as the global narrative is concerned, there are people below his level who should be doing it. The global narrative is shaped by various factors. It is shaped by the interests and the self-interests of governments and by the interests and the proclivities of the media organizations. And if it so happens that there are some media organizations that have a habit of inviting a lot more Pakistani guests than they invite ours, you will get a particular point of view. And at the same time, if there are media organizations that are willing to give us the time and space to be heard, we should leap onto those, because we cannot entirely rely on the fact that we've issued the right statements from here. Are people hearing them in their own countries, in their own languages, in their own TV stations? These are important issues.
And do you think, Dr. Tharoor, that the way Prime Minister and his government handled this entire crisis, including the communication, I will not call narrative, which is increasingly becoming a much contested word, including the communication to the larger world and people, Indian people, that was largely in the right direction?
Look, I think that the overall crisis was handled extremely well. I have gone on record as saying that I thought Operation Sindur, from the naming to the presentation to the conduct, everything I gave full marks to. I mean, I really like the fact that we hit the terrorist bases. We did so at night when there were very few civilians likely to be wandering about, so no collateral damage. We were very precise in our targeting. I'm told we hit a specific building inside the LET compound. I like that. I thought that sending the message that, look, in Kargil, we never even crossed the LOC, even though it cost us lives. In Uri, we crossed the LOC. In Balakot, we crossed the international border. And today, after Pahalgam, we are now hitting you in your heartland. So be prepared that we are not prepared to take any more of this. The more you do, the more consequences you're going to face. I think all that messaging was very clear, and the Pakistanis have got the message. Did the world community get the message? Not unchallenged, because the Pakistanis were going around telling everybody, oh my gosh, the Indians are a rogue state. We did nothing. They were attacking us without any provocation. And when we say, but look at this Pahalgam, they say, we didn't do Pahalgam. Where is the evidence? And indeed, many foreign interviewers are badgering us to say, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence? To which all we could say is, where was the evidence that Osama bin Laden was there until they found him? You know, where was the evidence that they had done 26/11 until Qasab was captured alive? The problem is denial is the Pakistani modus operandi. So I have no doubt that a meticulously planned operation like this came out of a sophisticated military headquarters. It's not some random, crazy doing something. But I believe that though we have paused this operation now, and this pause will last long, I believe that we still have to go after the individuals who perpetrated Pahalgam. We seem to have identified 3 of the 4 of them by name. We have to go after them and get them. And that, whatever it takes, however long it takes, is something that is indispensable for India's self-respect to achieve.
Now, even as India-Pakistan tensions have de-escalated following the ceasefire agreement, there is a lot of politics over Operation Sindur that has already begun. The opposition that is led by the Congress is already calling for a special parliamentary session over Operation Sindur. They want more clarity on what has happened so far, also on the US's claims of having mediated a ceasefire. Meanwhile, the Congress has also put up posters of the late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi lauding her role in the 1971 India-Pakistan war. Let's get you a quick roundup of all the voices.
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है। मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए। अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है, जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं। 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए, अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी है, जहाँ से विशेष करके पार्लियामेंट का हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है, इस बारे में डेप्थ डिस्कशन सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में देना मुश्किल होता है। मगर इसमें कुछ बातें ऐसी होती है कि वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखने की आवश्यकता होती है, नर्सिंग इंसेस के लिए, इसीलिए हमने कहा कि ठीक है सेशन बुलाना हो तो बुलाइए, और सेशन से ज़्यादा लाभ हम आपस में बैठेंगे तो होगा.
Prime Minister should have answered certain pertinent questions which Prime Minister evaded. How the Pahalgam terror attack took place? What was the lapse on our part? Prime Minister did not refer to it. And after that, Sindur operation, Prime Minister was making big claims, okay. But ceasefire, how ceasefire has been agreed? What was the role played by America?
देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने 140 करोड़ आवाम को संबोधित करते हुए सीधा और कड़ा संदेश दिया है. इसमें साफ कह दिया है कि टेररिज्म पर कोई समझौता होने वाला नहीं. युद्ध स्थगित हुआ है, रुका नहीं है. जैसी भाषा में पाकिस्तान समझेगा उसको जवाब मिलेगा. न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेलिंग नहीं चलेगी.
While the Prime Minister is ready to talk to every world leader about Pakistan, he should also address his own countrymen and the other political parties within the country. It has been over a fortnight and the Prime Minister chooses monologues over a dialogue with his fellow countrymen and the political parties. The Congress party has been very clear in its stand. We will stand by the government for any decisive decision it takes with respect to the interest of the country and the countrymen.
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They are talking about how there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not. This is not time for that. For the poster for Indira Gandhi. So some questions rise because you put the poster, why the POK came after the war, why we are not acquire the POK. What about the in Bombay incident, our more than 300 people dead in the Bombay incident. Why there is no action? Modi taking immediate action. So this question will be raised. Many questions regarding that Indira Gandhi period and Sindhu water dispute. Why not that continuing same thing? After Modi, you stop now. So all the questions are with the Congress also. But this is the not time. This is the not time. Where only time is support to our armed force.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world. Welcome back. Now, about 3 terrorists have been neutralized in the encounter in Shopian earlier. These have been killed with the encounter with our forces in that particular district. On your screen are more images of the aftermath and some following that entire operation. Now, these terrorists have been identified as Amir Bashir, Shahid Kutei, Adnan Shafi Dar, who've all been neutralized, and they are all believed to be locals in Jammu and Kashmir. The encounter initially began in Kulgaon and then it shifted to a heavily forested area in Shopian. Now, the timing of the encounter is significant because this comes right in the aftermath of Operation Sindur, and the agencies, even as we speak, are trying to find out which were the other operations that these terrorists were involved in and whether there were more people and perhaps OGWs providing them support. So we'll keep getting you updates from what's been happening vis-a-vis Jammu and Kashmir and also the India-Pakistan story. But back home, there is another lot of political murmur about what possibly could be happening in Maharashtra. Now, there are a lot of speculations of the Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray and the MNS chief Raj Thackeray reuniting after decades of differences. There was a recent meeting between Raj Thackeray and the Maharashtra minister Uday Samant, a key leader from the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena faction, that again has raised a lot of eyebrows. Now, this, remember, is the third such meeting that is taking place between them. It has furthered a lot of that speculation about could they be coming together? Could there be a new realignment? The question continues to be, will the brothers actually now bury the hatchet? Will they come together, make peace? Or there is going to be a new party matrix in Maharashtra? Do remember, we are still looking at an all-important BMC elections that are due in Maharashtra. So what could that also entail? This is our colleague Anuj breaking down more details.
You know, MNS has been slightly notorious for giving hints to almost all the parties which are active here in Maharashtra's political spectrum for the longest possible time. We remember that before the Lok Sabha election, MNS gave their unconditional support to Mahayuti only to support Narendra Modi for prime ministerial position. After that, during the Vidhan Sabha election, there was a lot of confusion on whether MNS is going with Mahayuti or not. On certain seats, we saw that they amounted to massive amount of losses, especially to Shinde Shiv Sena because of the Marathi core voter base. But in the larger scheme of things, they stayed against Mahayuti, but with Bharatiya Janata Party. That resulted in them getting 0 seats, and that also increased the speculation about how there is a growing irrelevance factor when it comes to MNS across the state. And as a result of that, we are seeing that new permutations and combinations have been worked out. First, we saw hints being exchanged by MNS chief Raj Thackeray and his cousin brother Uddhav Thackeray from Shiv Sena UBT, talking about how there is a possibility of the Thackeray brothers uniting for what they termed as the larger unity of Maharashtra state. However, we did not see much development happening on that aspect in the last couple of weeks, because this conversation started in 19th of April and went silent after that. Today in the early hours of the morning, Uday Samant made his way to Raj Thackeray's house. Uday Samant is a senior minister in Fadnavis's cabinet. He is also a very close aide of Eknath Shinde. Although he denied any political talks being made in that particular meeting, but speculations are rife that this was keeping in mind the upcoming BMC elections. Given the 6th May judgment by the Supreme Court, one can expect the BMC or the municipality elections taking place before the end of this year, which makes the political permutation and combinations very important for people to strike right, and that is why this meeting becomes so crucial.
So will they, won't they, only time will tell. But let's also tell you more about the CBSE results that have been declared for both classes 10th and 12th. 88% students have passed the class 12th exams. The girls, as always, have outshined boys. In the CBSE class 12 board exam results, Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh is the best performing district, and that has a 99.60% students clearing that exam there. Trivandrum in Kerala is at number 2, followed by Chennai, Bengaluru and Delhi. Now, Also, the pass percentage of the class 10th exam this time stands at a 93.66%, and that is about 0.06% more or better than the previous year of 2024. Tanushka getting us more details of how the results essentially have been.
The exam jitters have now come to fruition with the class 10 and 12 CBSE board examinations being announced. They're being, gradually put up on the website, and the results are out at this point. And what we do understand is that over 16 lakh students appeared for the class 12 board examinations, with 88.39 pass percentage of students across the country. Now, what we also know is that girls have outshone boys in both the categories of board examinations. Class 10 and 12 girls have performed better. For class 12 examinations, girls have, passed of 91%, which is nearly 6% more than what the boys have. And for class 10 results, girls have performed 95% pass percentage, and this is nearly 3% better than what the boys have. Now, speaking of, regions, for class 10, Vijayawada has performed the best in terms of region in the class 12 category, with 99.6% students passing the examination, while Prayagraj of Uttar Pradesh is at the bottom with 79.53 pass percentage of students. Now, overall, speaking of Delhi, for the class 12, overall Delhi performance is at 95.18 pass percentage, and above 90% scorers are that of nearly 7%, and above 95% scorers are that of nearly 2%. Now, speaking of class 10 CBSE results, we do know that the pass percentage is more than what that is for the class 12. It's of 93.66%, which is a 0.06% increase from the last year. Trivandrum and again Vijayawada are the best performing regions in the 10th board examination, with 99.79% of students passing the examination, while Guwahati stands at the bottom with 84.14 pass percentage. Now, the overall Delhi performance for class 10 stands at 95.14%, which is pretty good for the pass percentage. And the above 90% category is that of 8.43% for class 10, and above 95 category is that of 1.29% for class 10 again. So overall, the country with respect to the CBSE exams, and the students have performed, well enough in these examinations, and these results were anticipated for a very long while, and they've finally come about, clearing all the errant confusion and giving a sort of a welcome relief, a breath of relief to all the students anticipating on these results.
And now to the other important story of the day. India has now informed the World Trade Organization, or the WTO, of its proposal to impose retaliatory tariffs or select US-made goods. Now, the aim is to counter Washington's continued levies on Indian steel and aluminium exports, is according to reports in a notice earlier that was issued on Monday. Now, India has said that this move would take the form of suspending concessions and increasing import duties on specific American products. In fact, allow me to quote a brief from what the statement says, that the proposed suspension of concessions or other obligations takes the form of an increase in tariffs on selected products originating in the United States, unquote.
What it is some sort of a toughening of India's stance on the global sort of trade platform is what we're seeing here. We're seeing that despite an active bilateral trade agreement negotiation, we've chosen to sort of oppose US's retaliatory duties at a platform like the WTO, like the World Trade Organization. Again, this is not the first time that India has done something like this. In 2018, during Trump's first term, when his administration hit at India with tariffs, by 2019, India had responded with retaliatory tariffs, and those were very, very broad-ranging as well. So we've chosen that same playbook this time around as well. We've gone and said that we don't appreciate the tariffs that we've put on our steel and aluminium exports, and we've gone ahead and chosen to retaliate. Again, this proposal, it's currently only at the proposal stage. These might take effect after 30 days. There's still no clarity on that. If the US reaches out for negotiations, or if there is some sort of a mediation of this, then these tariffs will not be implemented. But so far, as of by 8th June is when we can expect these tariffs to roll out if there is no sort of mediation coming in from both sides.
Now, the US President Donald Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia. He's kicking off a diplomatic and business-focused tour of the Gulf that also includes Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. This, remember, is marking Donald Trump's first major overseas trip since starting his second term in office. The White House has described the visit as a quote-unquote historical return to the Middle East, signaling Trump's continued interest in strengthening ties with the Gulf states. So what really is expected, what could happen, and how has the conversation steered till now? Disha is with us. She's going to fill us in on all these aspects. Now, we are looking at the pictures, Disha. Trump has met with MBS earlier. We haven't seen too many statements coming in, but China clearly is taking still a dig at Donald Trump. Iran possibly could be discussed. Why don't you tell us that what could the next few days entail?
Interestingly, Deepti, actually this visit is being seen more as a business trip or an economic trip more than one targeted at diplomacy or focused on diplomacy. In fact, US President Donald Trump has indicated various times that he is expected to sign massive economic and business deals worth $1 trillion with Saudi Arabia. In fact, when we even look at his delegation that he's taken with him in this three-nation, 4-day-long trip, it includes various key business leaders. Of course, Trump's close advisor, Elon Musk, is there. Then we have BlackRock CEO. Apart from that, various other Citibank CEO, Jane Fraser, is also traveling with him. And we've seen various pictures as well of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the Saudi Arabian leader speaking before a key Riyadh investment forum that is supposed to also take place during this visit. So this is being seen more as an economic and a business trip than one targeted at diplomacy at a time when the region is in fact it's under turmoil because of the almost 2-year-long war between Hamas and Israel. So, you know, it is interesting to note that US President Trump is in fact focusing so much on business deals rather than diplomacy at a time when we're also seeing the US and Iran in deep talks. They in fact just held their 4th round of talks regarding the nuclear program. So interesting developments we're seeing and interesting visuals we're seeing from Saudi Arabia. In fact, just to give a small factoid to our viewers, Donald Trump's family, especially his sons, have very deep business interests in Saudi Arabia. Correct. So interesting visit.
Oh yes, and Trump being Trump, you never know, Disha. So we trust you to keep us here on that big story. For the moment, thank you. With this, it's also time for us to quickly head into a break. On the other side, we are back with lots more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to.
Welcome back. Now, the prestigious Miss World pageant is going to be held in Hyderabad. You will have participants from over 100 countries who've gathered in the city. ahead of the mega event in Hyderabad. And at the end of this month, you will have beauty queens will be seen traveling to heritage and cultural hotspots in Telangana. NDTV's Uma Sudhir has also spoken to key people connected to the pageant.
So the Miss World Festival is here, and I have with me the CEO of Miss World organization, Julia Molly. Welcome to Telangana, first of all, and thank you for showcasing Telangana to the rest of the world as well. You've been doing this for years. This is the 72nd edition. Every girl dreams of this, becoming a Miss World. What would you say to each of those girls who's looking at this as something aspirational happens to someone else and you are on top of the world?
I think you can't tell anyone what to feel. You can't tell anyone what to think. But the sheer volume of excitement and the sharing, it's up to the individual to come and to discover Telangana, but discover yourself at the same time. Because a lot of young people have never had the opportunity to meet, if you like, the rest of the world, which is perhaps a little exaggerated, but most of the world. And when you've spent time together, you grow a bit more, you get a bit more confident, and gradually you feel more positive. It's rather like a driving test, I suppose. You're on a road and you're learning to find the gears and you don't know quite what to do, and there's a lot of other traffic. You have to experience that nervousness, that fear perhaps, because it's human.
120 contestants coming in here. One of them is going to be almost from 120 countries. And one of them is going to be the winner. Yes. Obviously, all of them are winners in some way or the other. Yes. But very often, what sets apart that person who becomes the Miss World from the rest?
It's a good question. Actually, very little. Very little, if anything at all. It just happens, honest to God, that night. You've got 9 judges and they've got a view. You could get another 9 judges and they choose somebody else. So basically, it's your luck that night. You've won the jackpot.
That is like life also, isn't it, in the largest sense?
That's absolutely right. And that's what you make of it. But it isn't just one winner. They're all winners because they're smart. What they do is they communicate, and they know now the world's their oyster because they can go and stay with their friends. They've got something else that's perhaps given them another thought about their future.
Thank you so much, Julia, for joining us. And yes, Miss World coming with beauty with a purpose and calling it something that has a place for everyone, respect everyone, and give that place to everyone in the world so we make a happier, more beautiful world together. In Hyderabad, with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And with this, it's time for us to wrap things in this edition of the news. But before we go, we are leaving you behind with certain pictures and also an reaction. This is just today after announcing his retirement from the Test arena that India's star batter Virat Kohli was in Vrindavan with his wife Anushka Sharma. The couple called on the renowned spiritual leader Premanand Maharaj at Vrindavan Dham to seek his blessings. The couple, remember, is known to be followers of the Maharaj and have been seen in Vrindavan often. What did Maharaj Premanand say at the end of this is the reaction that you will just hear on the other side. Our coverage continues.
विराज बैठ प्रसन्न हो? ठीक। हाँ, नहीं, ठीक ही रहना चाहिए। हम आपको अपने प्रभु का विधान बताते हैं थोड़ा सा। जब प्रभु किसी पर कृपा करते हैं, ये वैभव मिलना कृपा नहीं है, ये पुण्य है।